All right.
Oh, yeah, streaming. Can they hear us now?
Yes.
You're live.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 4 Hours of Okayama, presented by Techly Sim Racing and Real Rookie Racing. Today, we're going to have a great race ahead of us. The race is going to start here in just about 2.5 minutes. I'll go over the quick qualifying results. Looks like we have the El Garito on pole in the LMP class. For England Rules, his teammate is Myland. P2, we have Josh Fulton. P3, Base Cannon. P4, Wase Anjum. P5, I'm Too Slick for You. P6, Alan Barker. P7, Gamer. P8, Maple. P9, Juicy Mango. And that's our LMPs for today. 9 cars. It's going to be a great race. And then Juicy Mango P10. For the GT4s, Victor Goretzky on pole and his Super GT4. P2, Cezary Swagolinski. P3, Yasarian. P4, Botlando. P5, Thorn. P6, Goshu. P7, Patchy. P8, Dakota. P19, Covey. And that's our grid for the day.
Now,
How are
of
you feeling
course,
about
we
this race,
do
Kia?
still have drivers logging into the session, so it might not be entirely accurate, but I am still excited for today. I'm excited to see these very talented drivers take on the challenge that is Okayama and to add some spice into the mix. It's a multi-class race. We do have these P3 cars and the GT4 cars as well. It is gonna be tough. Okayama by itself is super tight, very twisty, nice track based in Japan. And I imagine the biggest challenge of today will not only be consistency, but just trying to navigate the traffic.
The traffic is
P3
going to be
drivers.
it's going to be real bad. The circuit is so tight. As an LMP car, if you're behind a GT4 in some of the tighter sections, it's going to be real tough to try and get by quickly. I feel like, especially early on in the race, where all the packs are still relatively close together, those first couple of traffic passes are going to bring some spice into the mix.
Yeah, I imagine through the first run through when the leading pack of the GT3s of the LMP3s, sorry, get to the GT4s. That will be one of the most exciting parts of the races as the lights light up for the start of our warm up
Formation lap.
lap, formation lap. Shooting right ahead is a very excited Josh Fulton. uh, but we should be fine.
Just a
We
slow little
have,
warm-up lap here.
yeah, the P3
Current
cars have the choice of going with the mediums, the hards, or the soft tires. You see here, El Garito chose the medium, so he wants to start with as much grip as he can, try to make that gap to the cars behind him in P2, which is Josh, who has started on the hard tires. So looks like for his first stint, he wants to go the long way. So I imagine that with those hard tires, his car must be super heavy as well.
Hey
But the
guys,
opportunity to overcut would be very, very advantageous.
welcome
uh,
Potato to the stream.
yo, do we have a YouTube link or something for this? Oh my god,
Oh,
murder!
looks like Gamer just killed Maple? Uh yes, there is the link to this YouTube stream is going to be. Speed should send it to you. If not, I can.
That's cool. Cheers.
I'll DM it to you. Oh. Classic. Speed, can you tap back in? They're rounding the final couple corners just now. Speed, can you tap back in? We can't see anything.
Speed has died.
Uh-oh.
No speed.
The race has started, however.
Waiting for the green lights to go.
Oh, what a move on the outside by Gamer.
As they
But
go.
Josh Fulton dropped back to P3 for this.
And there is a
Looks like there's
spun car. It looks
incidents.
like
There are
Gamer is losing a lot of
Oh,
positions. He is now at the back of the GT4 pack, but going back into the P3s as they head round Atwood Curve, turn 4, and start their drive down into turn 5, pin corner. It looks like in the lead, El Garito was able to maintain it. Base Cannon was able to go up into P2. Josh on the hard tires must have lacked the grip, must have lacked the temps. He's down in P3. Wase held fast in P4. As Barker and Jack are still P5. However, going deep here,
ooh.
it is the car of Victor Goretzky. Is he able to keep it under control? He is, and he slots back in behind Mexican Pablo.
So it looks like an overtake on an LMP by a GT4. You don't know what? An incident already between traffic. We said it'd be spicy, but I wasn't expecting it to be this spicy. Mexican Pablo is down in the order after contact with Gretzky.
Is this a sign of things to come? Of course, ladies and gents, we are only in lap 1, but we have seen already plenty of incidents around this super tight, super skinny Okayama track that is going to be so difficult to get through the crowd in these P3 cars and to just try survive, in the GT4s. But so far, a couple of deaths, a couple of drivers moving down the grid. However, Base Cannon up ahead is catching El Garito. As you see a Supra go
no,
into the
that's just
wall or not.
netcode.
Some lag,
Netcode.
some internet problems. Mr. Gorecki in the Toyota Supra is going haywire on track. But it's not his fault, just some small internet problems. Yossarian in the BMW is currently P3 in class, able to gain 3 positions out of that lap 1 melee. Mexican Pablo, however, has to gain back the time. He has already lost so much time to the cars ahead.
If I was Goretzky, I'd be so mad right now. I was comfortably leading lap 1. You think you've gotten away safe, and then you have an incident with an LMP car on the first lap to drop you down a position? That would make me pretty mad.
Such is racing. However, what is done is already done, and what he has to do is set new targets. Right now, it's to get to the rear bumper of the cars in front of him. However, right now, Mexican Pablo is dealing with the duo of Goshu and Botlando, and this time, thankfully, is able to get ahead quite cleanly.
An amazing helmet design from our great friend Cameron Designs. Make sure to check him out. Makes amazing liveries and helmet designs. He has several liveries on track today, if I remember correctly.
Will Cameron's livery be able to take P1 for the P3 class here under the hands of Base Cannon? But before we watch that, right now we have Gorecki and Swagulins dueling it out for P1 in the GT4. P1 in the P3s is also being tightly contested. Who will make the move? Is Base Cannon brave enough? Is he close enough to make that move into turn 9 here? I don't think it's close enough. But what about the GT4s? It will be a bit more difficult. They lack the downforce, so the slipstream won't be as strong for them as compared to the LMP3. But you know what that does? It makes the racing much more exciting because they have to be so much braver on the brakes, so much more confident on the throttle out of the corners. And they have to have that sort of control, lacking the grip that the P3s have as Base Cannon goes down the inside in turn 1. On Garito, is he able to make it count? He does. Into turn 2, he takes a lead.
What a move.
Go up towards the S's. Will Garito try to reply here? Heading into turn 4, Atwood Curve. I don't think he was close enough there. I think that's that.
I think that's the move done.
7 minutes into today's race here in Okayama, Base Cannon is able to take the lead. It has been quite indicative that he'll try to make that move here as we see the train of the first 4 leading cars in that P3 class. Will Josh Fulton here try to take advantage of any mess that happens? Will there be a mess over here as the top 2 cars in the GT4 class battle it out? There's a bit of internet lag, but that's not going to stop them.
Gorecki with the
Gorecki down the inside in turn 4. Oh no, the camera's turned away again.
You should turn off AutoCam.
Yeah, I will turn off autocam. Gorecki, is he in the lead of the GT4 class?
He is.
Seems like he is. He is. He did manage to get past in the Gulf livery. Or is he? I cannot tell. What is going on? I hope that's
Looks like he still has the lead.
I hope that's our internet and not theirs, because racing in such conditions would be such a pain.
Oh.
However, at the moment, it is Swagulin's.
Kiagoalski, I think.
Gorecki?
Oh! What a
Down
move
the
around the
inside, what a
inside!
move.
Gorecki is racing for his life, and it hasn't even been 10 minutes in this 4-hour race.
Swagulin's in the waifu squad car, the pink waifu squad car, loses out. He's down to P2. Is he brave enough out of the final corner as they start the next lap? And there's some rubber banding. I don't know who's in the lead anymore. Is it Gorecki? Is it second?
I think it's Gorecki.
Yeah, blue versus pink, Gulf livery in the, is that milk themed?
Müllermilch, yes. Some German milk. Let's check on the LMP lead battle. That was pretty close as well. And yeah, Garrido is still right on the tail of Base Cannon, just trying to get the lead back, I'm assuming. Track position here at Okayama, especially when the traffic starts coming up here shortly, so I think it's going to be pretty important.
Yeah, we still have Josh in P3 and Wasa in P4 right behind them. They will be trying to pick up any scraps, try to maximize any mistakes that the cars ahead try to do, but you do have to remember that they have to be consistent themselves. The only way to stick with Base and Garito is to drive as fast or even faster than them, because that's the only way you're going to win this race today. Wase in P4 on the medium tires, Josh holding on well on those hard tires. He seems to have the pace, even with the less grip that he has currently. As the camera goes a bit crazy,
There we go.
back. Oh, that's
It's all good.
Is there a way to get the time gap on the leaderboard? That would be really helpful to know who's actually racing.
Looks like right now they're heading up on the first GT4 traffic. Let's see how these LMPs manage to weave through. Base gets past one cleanly. Let's see if Garrido can follow.
Yes, thank you so much.
This is relative gap. Do you have the race time gap? Yes, that's perfect. Thank you.
Oh yeah. So we have Garito here. He lost some time to Base Cannon in front with the first set of cars that they had to lap. But even greater, Josh, who was right on the exhaust streams of El Garito, is now 3 seconds behind him. And there are plenty more GT4 cars ahead. Going deep, is that the Alpine of... Oh, I'm not too sure, but as you can see here, as they're going through lap traffic of the P3 already, of that must be Gamer at a guess. But still, Garito setting the same lap times of base cannon, so this lap he seems to have not missed too much. Right now he has 2 GT4 cars ahead. How does he handle this? He does have the aerodynamic and mechanical advantage over these GT4 cars, and he makes it look easy. We will go back down to Portlando and Goshu.
Nice drone cam view here. We can see Goshu trying to make up some distance from a tough lap 1. Like some
Mexican
traffic back
Pablo.
up there.
Oh.
All right, oh, it's all good. Looks like Base Cannon is making up a good time here going through traffic. He's now 3 seconds ahead of second place.
Making up some excellent time. You want to know who else has made up excellent time as the P1 cars for each class get past each other? Mr. Strugglins was able to get past all the
Happened to
cars.
Goretzky.
What happened to Goretzky? You're alright. Where's he gone?
He's no longer in
Because
the
we can
session.
see Yossarian here in P2. And unfortunately, folks, given what we've seen earlier, I think he might have been kicked for ping.
Very possible.
Just my educated guess. Doing a driver swap?
Already?
I mean, if the other driver has better internet. If he's been kicked, then if it says he has been kicked in the chat, then our best guess can be that it was for some slight internet problems on his end.
Looks like
which is
his
quite
teammate Potato
unfortunate.
has swapped in. Yes. Potato is Goretzky's teammate in the Baller Mills racing team in the Supra, and yeah, it looks like he's a couple laps down at this point. But it's 3 hours and 45 minutes to make that up.
That is very, very true. Now, we do have Strugglins and the number 13 Toyota having quite a merry time. He should have some gap before or any other LMP3s come on him again. And looks like for now, we get to the part of endurance racing where things tend to come down. Of course, the smallest gap that we do have on track, by my estimate, should be Wase and Josh together over here heading into turn 4. We will keep our cameras trained on them. Josh looks like he lost the position earlier in the race, but he's still sticking to the rear wing.
Can we get the gaps to show relative to other cars, like not on track, but like position? Right, like right now, all the gaps are shown to leader. But right now, yeah, Josh Fulton, after a pretty good start, is dropped down a little bit. He's gonna look to try and keep up with Wase here, maybe even pass him. Although with a move around the inside, Wase forced to slow down due to that GT4 traffic, and that gave Josh the chance to overtake, and he took that chance immediately. You cannot leave any little bit to these drivers. They will take every opportunity they can.
That right there, folks, is textbook definition of an endurance race overtake. Because a lot of time, you're gonna find out that many of these moves aren't made on outright pace. It's not really, it's more of taking advantage of these opportunities that multi-class racing gave us the blessings of seeing. No,
Is there no option? Is there no option for the ACC one to have like the same leaderboard style as the previous one, but instead of having gaps to leader, gaps to previous car.
I thought you already did that. I don't know why you switched again.
Well, no, because
'Cause it
before
was-
we couldn't see the relative gaps of the GT4 cars. Like, it all said +1 lap.
Oh, for the GT4 cars. All right. Next.
Intervals. Yes, this is perfect. We can say Wase is still close to Josh. Josh still wasn't able to make the second gap that he probably wants for that little bit of safety margin. At the same time, it looks like Mexican Pablo is catching up on Kiagoalski here to try and catch up on the rest of the LMP pack after a pretty rough start. Here we have Thorn and Goshu battling it out in the GT4 class. For 4th place, or 5th place, sorry. And, oh, a bit of traffic and contact! Thorn hits Goshu and stops on track?
I
Interesting choice
believe
by him to stop there, but
he does not want to make an overtake in that maneuver, so that could be a fair play move. Where he's saying,
understandable.
okay, I'm sorry, I took you out, I executed a really good pit maneuver if I was part of the Georgia State Patrol, but unfortunately he's not. He is a racer here in Okayama, and unfortunately in the sim racing space we do not take kindly to pit maneuvers, so over the Thorn just slowing down and saying, hey, I'm sorry, I'll let you get back past. An unfortunate move that means they lose a bunch of time to the cars ahead. But remember, folks, it is a long race. 20 minutes, though, have already elapsed. And if my vision doesn't fool me, it's getting darker on track.
Yes, today we're going to be having 2 full day-night cycles throughout this race, so it is going to be a variety of conditions for these drivers to have to navigate through. And I think it's going to be interesting to see if there are any drivers who are especially fast at night compared to during the day, or I think it'll be a really interesting race. It'll look beautiful as well.
Now, I will be honest, I'm not the biggest fan of Okayama. I have been very vocal of that, driving around the track in different cars. That's an opinion I have. Now, thankfully, I was able to snag a spot as a commentator instead of a driver, so I'm able to laugh at the guys who have to experience this in multi-class. And even worse, there's some drivers who are gonna get those nasty night stints where not only do you have to navigate the traffic, but you can't see anything. You can't see the apexes in front of you. Can't see the side of you, because you have to remember, folks, this track has no lights whatsoever.
I thought it had a couple, but most of the track is in darkness, yes.
Most of the track, it's gonna be pitch black out there. They're gonna have to rely on their eyesights over there. But I'm not too sure about all the cars, but they might be going into some apexes on this track quite blind and having to trust the muscle memory to hit those apexes and get to those exits and just not get on the gas and lose all the grip and spin out. So that's going to be a very difficult moment for these guys here.
Big snap from Base Cannon.
Base Cannon navigating the traffic again. It's going to be difficult. Whoever drew the shorthand to do the night stints, I'm praying for you. I give you all my support, but right now in the daytime, while they have the chance, as you see here, Base already with his lights on, they're gonna try push and get the fastest times that they can just to make the gap, because you can trust me when I tell you this, they won't be hitting these lap times in the night. You just can't see a thing.
It's going to be real tough. I've had some experience driving night stints on tracks with no lights, and it is really really difficult, especially since, you know, stints can be up to an hour long. And it's very, very difficult to keep the focus all of those laps, all of those corners, where a single tiny mistake could add so much time to your race.
Now consider this, right? You're a race strategist for one of these teams. For example, you're in the P3 car, obviously, because the GT4 cars only have one set of tires. As we're heading into the night here, the track is going to cool down. You're one of the P3 drivers. You're about to go in. Now, with these low track temps, lower engine temps, lower tire temps, do you think it would be worth it to get on the soft tires and baby those up to the end of the stint?
Knowing the strategies that have showed up often in especially Assetto Corsa endurance races, soft tires are often the best race tire just because of the pure pace that you can get out of them. And just like you said, you can get them up to temperature so often, especially at night or when there's cooler track temps. It is almost impossible to get hard and medium tires up to the proper operating window. And if your tires aren't in the operating window, every corner is different and unique, and it's going to be really hard to extract maximum pace out of those. But I'm honestly a little surprised to see that no one took the gamble to start on the softs.
Yeah, no one is feeling brave enough. Of course, as commentators, we don't know what the temperatures were on track, but Josh clearly felt that his best bet was on the hard tires, as well as I'm too slick for you. Currently, the track temp is 23 degrees Celsius. Air temp and 33 degrees Celsius track temp. So it's not too bad. The wind is 7 kilometers per hour for here today, guys. So that shouldn't impact the P3 drivers too much. I don't think the GT4 drivers really care that much about the wind speed. But it's still exciting to see what influences these temperatures and these wind speeds have on the drivers and how sensitive their cars are feeling.
So now we're on board the battle for P6 in the LMP class between Alan Barker and I'm Too Slick for You, as we go back to see Goshu here trying to get around Patchy, but just couldn't quite get it done on the inside. It's such a tight track, it is very difficult to actually get your car alongside someone else. Back watching this battle for the LMPs, a very similar situation as those two GT3s. GT4s, sorry. Here we can see Maple once again trying to move, but just can't get quite alongside. Looks like Alan Barker taking a very defensive line, and some contact made there as Barker had a very defensive line, took a very slow apex. I'm Too Slick for You, just couldn't quite get it. Can he? Oh, maybe he can get on the exit here. He's fast, but not quite enough. As we can see there, even with such a speed difference, it's just so hard to get past, even if the other car is slower here, which it looks like Maple is a little bit.
There is a car going off right in front of them. This will not help them in the racing efforts, and there is a huge crash there. As you see, the Maple just got lucky on that end. Barker just threw the short stick and got in contact with the yellow Alpine right behind them, which I would guess was a car of Thorn, which is quite unfortunate. Barker and Jacob are bearing the brunt of that, and as you can see, they're losing grip now. Did they sustain some aero damage from that as they get past the Aston here? Thankfully, this one is clean. But that was quite unfortunate there. The yellow Alpine going off on the grass in front of them. Of course, you're going side by side, 2x2 into turn 4, and on the exit, you're already quite limited in what you can do, and they get contact and they get damage, and right now they are losing double hard as they're now 1 second behind Maple in P5.
I agree. That's the last thing you want to see when you're side by side with someone. Your brain is already maximum thinking about the battle at hand and how to take the corner. If a car suddenly appears on the exit sideways, it is almost impossible to avoid it in time.
Yeah, quite unfortunate indeed for them. However, he is going to try and mount another challenge to the car in front, the number 2 car there. So Barker and Jack are pulling a little closer now. The gap is down to 7 tenths. But we move back to the GT class. We do have Goshu and Pachi getting close, and maybe close enough for some more racing here today.
And Barker's already caught up right back to the back of Maple. That small little incident isn't stopping him. He has the pace, but can he actually get the overtake to stick? We all know it is two very different things to catch a car and actually pass them.
The 2 cars with similar gaps as I take control of the cameras here. Maple and Barker battling it out as they go through the GT4 traffic again. As they come up on another yellow Alpine. This time there is more contact. Is it the same car? I'm not too sure, but what I can say is Maple, yet again, getting saved by the traffic.
I think that was the other one. I saw the number 12 show up on the LED board of that Alpine, and that's Bot Lando P12. So I think the previous contact was made with Thorn. And then...
Well, LMP3 drivers, I will say, if you are listening to this podcast, if you see a yellow Alpine, give them a bit more meters. It is
sound advice.
From what we've seen so far, Barker falling down to 1.2 seconds behind Maple, again because of that incident. Goshu is still half a second behind Pachi. As Pachi goes back, gets on the ground and he loses his rear grip. And the racing that we thought we had ends in an instant out of a small mistake going slightly wide. There was Mr. Pachi in the Aston Martin, and he loses the overall P13 spot to Goshu. Goes ahead in that same car.
It can show how easy it is. A single mistake can lose you the track position. And as we saw, it's so hard to overtake. It can really throw a screw into a race you're trying to run.
Now, earlier, folks, we did watch Mr. Gorecki unfortunately have some internet problems. We are back on the car here. They did not leave the session. They did perform a driver swap, however, with Potato now a lap down to the cars ahead, but he's still in the fight. We are very lax about blue flags rule, so he will be able to race, and I am certain that Potato will race because he has a lot of time to come back up, and I am pretty sure that he is gonna push like hell to get back to a respectable position as he deserves. These guys are fighting for P2 at the start, you have to remember.
This is true, and while 3 hours and 30 minutes is a long time, a lap is also a lot of distance to gain back. So he has to be quick and efficient with these overtakes he's making, trying to unlap himself.
The Toyota Supra looks absolutely massive in the mirrors of the Sin right now, I imagine, as the track gets darker and darker and darker, and we're able to see the glow of the brakes as we go through the corners here, as they head down to turn 10, down the inside goes Potato, and this might not be a position on track, but in 2 hours we will be able to see this, the impact of this absolute mental drive we're seeing here from Potato as he tries to make back the time from the unfortunate internet.
It looks like Potato has the pace to get this gap back up. I would not be surprised if we see him towards the top of the GT4 field by the end of this race. Anything can and will happen.
Potato in the Mola Milk car is able to make immediately some sort of a gap to the car behind. Now, will the sin of Bushu respawn? I'm not too sure. However, there's still a lot of the race to go. And as the yellow headlights of that Toyota Supra light up here, it's gonna be quite exciting to see. I don't know, in 2 hours time, I may be, given that they've already done a driver swap, and of course these other cars will be falling behind when they do this. They do have the advantage in their hands, and they might not be as much further back as we think. They could be around P13, P14, where we currently see Goshu and Pachi occupied. With this much of a race to go, and knowing the talents of the two drivers in that car, podium might be back on the cards.
I think you're completely right. I would not rule out this number 12 supercar of anything. They could definitely still even... A win is going to be very difficult, and we'll probably have to get lucky, but it's still definitely very possible. Very long race ahead of us. Looking towards the top of the LMP leaderboard, looks like Base Cannon has created a comfortable 7-second gap to Garrido in second place, just slowly trying to get some consistent fast lap times in, which so far he's been able to do.
Yeah, we can see here that the medium tires are able to work themselves quite well. Of course, we are now 35 minutes into this race. The hards of Josh Fulton are still holding up pace-wise. He seems to be quite competitive with the cars in front and behind him. Of course, we did see the racing of Barker and Maple before, as Maple dropped down to P7 here. I wonder when that happened. But I'm Too Slick For You occupies the 6th spot, and Gamer 1 lap behind from the lap 1 incidents that we saw.
I have information on Maple. He pitted 2 laps ago, so I think that's what caused the time loss. Looks like Gamer as well, just about pit. Mexican Pablo also just pit 3 laps ago. So looks like the LMPs are nearing their first pit window here. Let's see how the teams decide to run their strategies. Still no one on that soft tire.
No one's brave enough yet, but I imagine during the night stint as we currently now begin, it should be a fun occurrence in the gravel here. We're in the BMW of
Oh
Kobe.
no! Just an off-track moment there. Rejoining
Falling
relatively
behind
safely.
in turn 4, which has proved to be a huge action point for today's race. He loses a bit more time here, going down into P16, into the gravel again. Those tires just have no grip, because of course once you get on the gravel, the tires get dirty.
And also
Lose their
that track temperature we were talking about earlier, it was 33 before, it's already at 29 already. It's only going to keep dropping from here until the sun rises again, so these drivers are really going to have to manage those tire temperatures very well.
Yeah, I imagine in the P3 class, Josh and I'm Too Slick For You will be feeling the effects of those cold hard tires, starting to lose the rear grip on these P3 cars. Maybe I guesstimate some traction control changes happening in those cars right now, as they're able to change that while they drive.
Speaking of Josh, looks like Wase is... oh, looks like Base Cannon pitted. Yep. Let's see what tires he's going to go on to. But it looks like Wase is almost caught up to Josh here. He was only a second or so back. We can take a look at that. Josh, I think you might be right. These hard tires, when the track temperature starts dropping, just keeping the heat in those is probably going to be super difficult. And Wase on the medium tires will going to have a lot easier of a time to try and get this move done.
As they head down this back straight, going into the hairpin of turn 5, of course, such a heavily counted corner. That really does help the defending cars. They're able to carry a lot more speed. As you see the Covey try to move over for these cars fighting for the last podium position. Whilst he's still holding fast behind Josh Fulton as he currently occupies P2 and P3 as a pit stop melee happens. Do we expect to see any of these cars throw themselves into the pit lane at the end of this lap?
I'm wondering if Wasey's going to try for an undercut here if he wants to really get that overtake done. But it also depends on the different strategies, especially since Josh is on these hards and Wasey on the mediums. It's really hard to know what kind of strategy differences there are there.
Look at these cars, and I imagine what the driver inside these cars is mainly thinking is the amount of fuel they have in the car. Do they want to fuel? Do they want to do the pit stop now when they
looks like coming up to some traffic. Wasey trying to get the move done, but no, blocked by the GT4. And that's what we're talking about. This traffic can change anything at a moment's notice.
Immediately a huge impact there as Josh Fulton has taken advantage of Wasey being held up there as he now extends his gap to maybe not too much but certainly healthier 8/10 gap that he should be able to carry through the rest of the lap. Based on gain time through all that melee he's only now 19 seconds behind him. It seems that he only changed his tires and maybe a bit of fuel, but no driver swap on his end.
Considering we have 2 required driver swaps in this race, I would not be surprised if most teams wait for their first driver swap after the first hour.
Currently leading the GT4 pack, we have Kiagoalski. Usarin is the car behind by 5.3 seconds. And occupying the GT4 class, we do have the Alpine of Botlando. It is shaping up to be quite the typical endurance race as they now tuck it in and try to get themselves locked in and comfortable to do this night stint that's now upon us. Speed bump, are we able to get the session time? The time upgrade? That makes sense.
It says on top left, 1:39 p.m., but that's incorrect. Yeah, it's real time. But oh, who's that? Is that Gamer? Yes, I think that was Gamers facing the wrong way in that corner there. Not a good start for him as well.
Gamer losing a lot of time. That's Ben who does occupy the final position here in the LMP3 class. Of course, quite unfortunate with the lap 1 spins that seems to have already beaten the script for his race, but he is still pushing on. He does have the courage, he does have the belief that anything can happen in this race. And as we go through this Okayama track, he's still pushing super hard here. Gamer gonna try to get past the Alpine of Botlando again, heading into the final corner. Do they keep it clean? Yes. He is
Just
able to
barely.
go down the inside of those cars, and as they head down into turn 1, it's another GT4 ticked off, and he's just got to try and make as much time as possible.
I've noticed Potato has already made up 1 position. Covey maybe had an incident or a pit stop or something, and now Potato has already gained 1 position. And that's just 1 done. The rest are to go. Really excited to see how far back they can come back.
Potato now one almost a track length behind Rev 174. Of course, anything can happen with any of the stops that could be coming up over the next few minutes, as we expect, as you have seen from many of the cars, especially the P3 cars. I'm not too sure how long the GT4 cars will do the running up there, how long the tires will last, how much fuel they put in their tanks. But they're still running, they're still pushing, so I imagine they'll still stay out there for a while.
Is time of day not good enough, or do you not like how it looks? All right. Thank you. Just over 40 minutes gone through in this race. Oh, has another off-track moment for Gamer, and he spins around, but he catches it relatively.
He pirouettes, does a very nice spin, able to face front again, and his battle with Botlando continued. Is a contact there? Oh, no. I will be right back, guys.
There, I'll take over. Yeah, Gamer with just an off-track moment there, almost hitting Botlando and another car who I couldn't recognize. But it's been really, a really great race so far. Just classic endurance. At this point, we can see the top three are only separated by 3 seconds. Josh has caught up quite a bit to Garrido here. I wonder if no one in the top three has pitted yet. It's just Garrido lost some time, and Fulton's only 1.6 back. Both Josh and Wase are going to be very, very keen to try and get the lead of this race, especially since Base Cannon as well, with the very deep undercut, is just slowly gaining on them. Currently the gap is 17.5. We'll check back on that later to see how much it's changed. I know personally from night stints, they can be very hypnotizing in the driver's seat. It looks like Garrido, more mistakes. Josh Fulton only 9/10 back. I wonder if Garrido is very strange, losing time so fast. But what this might be is these medium tires that he has are just falling off after over 30 laps, and Josh on those hards made a solid strategy choice, and his tires are keeping going, and he is gaining very quickly on Garrido here for the lead of this race. Yeah, the gap's dropped a second in what feels like less than a lap or two. And very excited to see as we come up past some traffic here, as Josh will be very, very keen to try and get this track position. Wase, of course, not far behind at all himself. Trying to pick up scraps if this battle ends up slowing down either of these two cars. He is doing it solo, and he is doing a very mega job so far. Very good qualifying position of P2, and he's only 2/10 back on the lead of this race right now. Josh making himself huge in the mirrors of Garrido here, as he's just trying to pressure. Oh, as Josh himself makes a little mistake. Dropping back just a little bit further. Wase's going to be happy about this one. Also trying to fight for the lead of this race. Oh, as we see a spun around Mexican Pablo. Not a great race for him so far. Being nice and courteous about letting people rejoin. Very good to see, always. As we can see, Wase's only 2/10 back on Josh. Did Josh make another mistake? Very possible. These guys are Looks like it's very, very tough for these drivers out here right now, as Wase trying to look on the inside into the hairpin, but just not possible. Josh also reducing the gap again to less than a second. We have our top 3 drivers after almost an hour of racing within 2 seconds. This is what endurance racing is all about. I imagine we'll have these kind of battles for the rest of this race. Buckle in, everyone. This is going to be a really good one. As we see here, oh, car ahead goes wide. Was that contact with Josh? No, someone gets spun around. Looks like Wase was caught up in that incident. Yes, I don't think he was the one spun around, but he had to slow down for the car ahead, losing almost 2 seconds from that one incident. Josh is still right on the tail of El Garrido here. I didn't quite catch who was the one that spun, but that is, as we saw before, you could be having a perfect race, perfect stint, but if someone makes a mistake in front of you, it can really screw you over. It's all good. Very unfortunate incident for Wase, who I believe is also racing the solo. And then for these solo drivers at this point, since not many people have done driver swaps, it doesn't, not too important, but ultimately, once this race starts heading towards the end of it, I'm sure the solo drivers are going to be feeling the tiredness, and it's going to be really, really hard for them to focus and concentrate on the driving. As we go back to this battle between Josh Fulton and El Garrido for the lead of this race, Josh Fulton still right on the tail, trying to make himself look gigantic in the mirror of El Garrido, and El Garrido is just trying to do perfect lines to not give Josh Fulton a single chance to even get his nose anywhere near him. It'll also be still very interesting, as we have not seen, none of the top 3 have pitted so far. And yeah, Base Cannon has already caught up roughly 5 seconds since I was last paying attention in the last 10 to 15 or so minutes. And so it looks like this deep undercut is paying out dividends for Base Cannon here, who is almost catching up to these guys in front with an extra pit stop. They'll have way fresher tires. Yeah, here we can see Base Cannon. In the last lap, he was only 2 seconds faster than Wase, but before that, he's been just gaining and gaining and gaining on it. Part of that is, yes, Wase had that issue with the incident, but still, even without it, he is still gaining very, very fast on these drivers ahead with older tires. We can see a bit of GT4 traffic ahead of Base, just trying to get by nice and easy, which he manages to do well. Great race so far by him and by everyone here.
Josh is only 10 seconds behind.
Welcome back. Yes, you missed quite a bit. At one point, Wase was within 2 seconds of Garrido. But, oh, looks like, did Josh pit? No, Josh spun? Josh. That Josh had some sort of incident, because he has lost around 4 seconds to Garrido and dropping back behind Wase. This was the move that Wase was looking for earlier. Let's see if Wase can now capitalize on this by trying to get closer to El Garrido for the lead of this race. And we still have Base Cannon, who hit 10 laps ago, and he's already within 10 seconds of the top 3. I wonder what the top 3 think about his strategy as well. I can change the cam.
Did I?
Speed. I don't know. Yeah. Happens.
It looks like the GT4 positions are set in stone at the moment. There's quite a big gap between each car. Jinx in the P3 car is in the pits, so I don't imagine, because he has been in the pit lane now for 2 minutes.
They may be doing a long stop.
Might be a long stop for these guys. Does look like we are at the end of the
Yes, it was a
pit
driver
lane.
swap because this was the car that previously Gamer was driving in the Ibis Autosport LMP3 Ginetta. And yeah, he's waiting at the end of the pit lane for that long pit timer to go out. I don't know how smart of a move that is, considering your tires do drop in temperature when you already leave the pit lane. So he's going to have a tough opening lap to just kind of get those tires up to temperature.
Yeah, he will have to bear the consequence of that. Just like Josh is bearing the consequence of that mistake that he made heading into the final sector. Puts him down into P3 now, and Base Cannon still 9.1 seconds behind him and catching after a pit stop. Right now, you can see the pace of the lead cars. El Garrido last lap set a 25.2, and right now he looks like he will be down in the 24s.
Wase's already closed that gap down by 2 seconds since Josh made that mistake, so Wase is hunting down El Garrido here. Just, as we've seen previously, like the top 3 here being within 3 seconds almost is very crazy, and I think Base Cannon is going to be wanting to join this fight real soon, but we'll have to see if any of the top 3 pit before that's possible.
1.7 seconds. Garrido lost Wase behind. If he can do that for one more lap, I imagine we'll be having quite a tantalizing prospect coming soon.
I put an ask out in the general chat, but I don't think anyone read that. If you can find people, it would be awesome.
Oh.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, yeah, I'll handle the commentary in the meantime.
Go try and find some expert interviews.
Meanwhile, while Talltech is gone, what we're gonna do is watch Wase push on El Garrido here. He is currently 8 tenths back, so clearly he has a speed advantage, but will he make that count on track in this coming lap as we are almost 1 hour elapsed into this race? He tucks into the slipstream. Is he close enough to bear any advantages? No. But into turn 1, also does have to manage the traffic a bit. Does he lose time? I think Wase loses even more time.
I'm going to interrupt you here as we now have Jawa from the Heckley X Venus Motorsport LMP3 car, where currently Base Cannon is in P4. Want to introduce yourself?
Good morning, Jawa, the second driver for TSR at VM. How are y'all doing this morning?
We're doing really great. The racing has been awesome, as we can currently see Wase within half a second of the lead of this race. But how has your guys' race been going?
Oh, it's going great so far. There's no incidents with some GT4s. We're trying to push as hard as we can so far. Here. Trying to change up strategies a little bit mid-race to see how things go. But altogether, a pretty good race so far.
Kiage and I were discussing earlier that before in AC, it's often been that the soft tires have been just not very, like, the best race tire because they're just of the pure pace. Is there is that just not the case in these LMP3s? Like, I've noticed everyone's either on the mediums or the hards.
Yeah, the softs only last about 6 laps.
Okay.
Confidently. I mean, you can run them longer than that. You can get about 10 if you really try, but they fall off so fast. It's not worth running them. Just lose more time over the entire stint. And the mediums seem to be holding on pretty well. The hards don't seem to be an issue, though, for Josh Fulton there.
No, he is still right up on the... We were wondering that maybe with the colder temperatures at the night, maybe he's suffering with a bit of like low tire temps, but as his pace currently is looking incredible, so I really don't think that's an issue for him right now.
No, not at all. He seems to be putting in a ton of work.
What made you guys consider, because you guys are the only one out of the top 5 who have pit so far, and it was a while ago, what made you guys consider the shorter stint length at the beginning there? As Wase takes the lead of this race! Sorry.
No worries. You know, the mediums do have a certain point where they fall off pretty hard, as we're seeing some of our other competitors having the same issues. The pace is dropping, and we thought the risk was worth the possible rewards, so we tried it out, and it seems to be paying off. You know, we're not
seems to be paying off very well. You're only 6 seconds back from the top 3 pack here, and they have an extra pit stop to do compared to you, so good luck in the rest of the race to you.
Well, I appreciate it.
Have a good one. Great interview there from Jawa. Some great insight into the race of there. As we can see, is that El Garrido in the pits? It is. El Garrido is finally pitting from the lead, which means that lead of the race that Wase was hunting for is gifted to him for free.
Josh Fulton, the car behind him on those hot tires, able to maintain a relatively consistent gap to the car ahead, but Wase is just doing something different, you know. I don't know if it's, you could say, okay, maybe some luck came in with the traffic, but ultimately you have to do the overtake. You have to get up there and take the lead, and that's what he has done. Josh right now with the predicted lap time of a mid-23, so clearly he still has a pace. Maybe the hot tires are able to pull through on these cooler temperatures. And right now, while the medium tires are starting to wear, could we see Josh come into the play for the race lead now? Could he get some laps at the front overall? We're yet to see.
Well, now he's less than a second back.
Less than a second back.
Oh, Josh Fulton, I think, pulls in the pits. Or is that Wase? No, Wase pulls in the pits. Josh Fulton does take the lead here. Let's see how much longer he can pull out those, keep on the hard tires.
Josh Fulton, now 1 hour into the stint, so his car is feeling light. Right now, the only question is how much grip does he have? How much grip does he dare use on the car? Does he want to risk spinning out? Does he want to risk locking up and going into the gravel? Right now, the only thing on his mind is going fast, and right now what he is doing is going fast. But you want to know who else is going fast? Base Cannon is 5 seconds behind Josh in the medium tires, fresh medium tires that he...
Well, they are... No, oh, is that Base?
It's Josh!
Josh, no!
Josh wasn't able to complete the lead lap. And Base, from way deep, is able to reverse that 5-second gap that Josh had on him, and now he has that gap on Josh. Josh falls back into P2 like he was in the lap before, but through unfortunate circumstances, what I assume, to be a mistake in the middle sector, and right now it's gone. It's gone from him basically back into the lead, and that will have big implications because we do have, of course, the Milan car that should be coming through and passing.
Yes. England rules. The LMP car that had El Garrido fighting for the lead of this race now had their first driver swap over to Milan. Let's see how his pace turns out compared to the rest of these leaders.
Wase goes into the pits again.
No, he was already in there. I think he's doing his long stop as well.
That is completely, yeah, that makes sense. Because
And just like I predicted, after the first hour is complete, driver swaps are happening.
He's currently falling down the order. I am interested to see how he will come out of their relative to Milan in P6, who is currently rounding out in Sector 3 as he approaches the finish line.
I think a close one.
He should be coming out ahead of us now. Unless there's one more lap to go. And I've made a cut. Wase's coming out to the pits.
Oh, it's gonna be close. Wase keeps Wase stays ahead of Milan here. Let's see if his outlap can be fast enough to keep it, because if the tires are cold, Milan might have a huge advantage right now.
Wase 8/10 ahead of Milan on the medium tires, and Wase now holds net P2 for the race today. I wonder what happened to Milan behind. Of course, as you can see, there's an LMP3 tagging right behind him. And does that LMP make the move? Let's wait and see. It is the LMP of Josh. Josh, and he spins, and he hits.
Was that I think that Milan spun into Josh, or was that the other way around?
I think Josh spun into Milan there.
Oh no, Josh with a very tough end of his first stint here. I wouldn't be surprised to see him in the pits shortly.
Yeah, I imagine at the end of this lap he'll want a bit more grip onto his tires. Of course, they do have to do 2 driver swaps in this race, so he could also decide to take away one of those right now as he round out the final corner. No, he is still keeping up. But what does that mean for the rest of the grid? Of course, Wase has gone from a 0.8 gap from Milan to now a 2.5 second gap and counting and rising, 2.7 second gap to Milan behind him here. So Josh, of course, we are still allowed to race given the nature of multi-class racing and driver stops and pit stops. As going off is the car of
I cannot tell.
It was Mexican Pablo.
Oh, it was. Yeah, it's a pretty unfortunate race for him, but he's still in it, and that's really what's important here. We have several rookies in here today. I'm not sure if Mexican Pablo is one of them, but even so, even just completing your first endurance race is always a good one, no matter what result you get.
Yeah, reminder folks, this is real rookie racing. And what does that mean? We do have rookies racing. Although I will say for today, yes, we have seen the occasional driving mistake, but the main thing is it's been super clean. That's what we want to see. Across all experience levels within sim racing, that's what we're seeing today. Now, we do have Milan currently in the car overtaking a yellow Alpine. It is able to go smoothly for him as he was able to get back past Josh. Milan in the number 69 brick car now has a target set ahead to Wasey. That gap has gone from 2.7 seconds down to 1.8 seconds. So he is catching up. He does have a pace in the car. Wasey still warming up into the stint after doing that driver swap. Will he be able to get his speed back and start applying his own pressure to Josh in front, who hasn't yet done his driver swap? And maybe the race plays out that he's able to catch up to Base. Who knows? Currently, Base's lap times are in the low 24s. So you can see here Base, Canon, Wasey, Milan are all holding similar lap times, but that's not enough to win it. If you're the cars behind Base, you have to be faster. You have to make up the time and try and make that bid to win the race. Currently, Base Cannon is the car in control in the P3 class, and
But-
we haven't mentioned.
Remember that Base Cannon, he only did a regular pit stop. He has not done a driver swap yet, like Milan or Wasey. And so they really, will have to see how that pans out whenever that the Techly XVM team decides to do their driver swap over to Jawa.
That is true, and the beauty of these driver swaps is it does save you the pit stop time, because of course, once you leave and rejoin the server, you get the fresh tires and you get the fuel load that you desire to do that stint in, so it does take away that pit stop time. Now, has Base maybe made a miscalculation here? We won't be able to tell you that now, but within an hour's time, I imagine we will be able to see a better picture of this race. But currently, what we have in front of us is Base in P1, Josh in P2, and I'm Too Slick for You holding the final podium position, P3 in the number 44.
However, both Josh Fulton and I'm Too Slick for You have both not pit at all this race yet. Though it looks like, just as I say that, I'm Too Slick for You heads into the pits.
Well, I'm Too Slick for You managed to get his soundbite on the podium. He can clip that. Currently, though, that means that Barker and Jacob currently hold the P3 spot. One lap
And-
down on Josh ahead.
They have
So-
done a pit stop, but I do not know if it was a long pit stop or not. I'm assuming not, but I also could be wrong here.
I have no clue.
Well, it looks... Yeah, right now I'm Too Slick for You with that pit stop already behind Milan. And speaking of that gap between Milan and Wasey that we were watching earlier, still around just that 3-second mark. Wasey just really holding that gap to a comfortable amount where he doesn't have to feel scared. Because when the gap is below like a second and a half, the tiniest of mistakes can just instantly lose you the position. But if you have that gap all the way above 3 seconds, you can make a small mistake and get away with it, and that's just a level of comfort for drivers.
We are currently training our cameras on the car of Alan Barker and Jacob Steed, and the money shift car. I do recognize the money shift from the Spa race.
As he heads into the pit
Oh,
lane,
man. It seems that every car we focus on is into the pit lane. We still have Maple in P7. I imagine he must have done a driver swap too, so he'll be trying to make time on that as well. Race Cannon holding a healthy lead. We will go back to the GT4s briefly because it's been looking comfortable out there. The world
It
spread
really
out,
has.
not too much racing as far as you
Swe-
can see.
Swagilinski
blue
has just had a
circles.
Swagilinski has had just a really comfortable gap for the lead ever since the number 12 Supra, where Potato and Gorinsky were racing, had their issue in the first lap, but they've had Swagilinski's taken that lead and made a very comfortable gap of 20 seconds. Speaking of Potato, he's already up to net P15, or was that P9 in class? No, P7 in class. Sorry, as I didn't notice Jinx is LMP3. But yeah, really good comeback drive so far from Potato here.
Jari Zagulinski in the waifu squad. Supra holding quite the comfortable lead. As we focus on the blue dots on the track map here, it looks like healthy gaps all around. You shouldn't really be expecting too much from them.
Oh, it's
And I
base
guess
cannon
this
pits.
Base cannon does go into the pits here. And we're not seeing his car, so it must be a driver swap. 30 plus
Very
seconds
well,
in
maybe.
the pit lane. Let's see what base cannon pulls out of that. So we're gonna focus our cameras on Wase here and see what happens in 1.5 laps time. What is the gap? 2 base cannon in front once he's done with his driver swap and Jawa hops into the car maybe? Or base cannon pulls farm up to the end of the race. Now, of course, these races here today do face the well, depending on how you take it, they will have to do this night stint twice here, as was discussed in the drivers' briefing. So we can see that as we approach nearly 4 a.m. here, thankfully we haven't seen too many incidents between the two classes in terms of lapping the slower cars, but there's still so much to play for.
There's everything to play for still. There's still over 2.5 hours left in this race, and you have to be fast for every single lap of it if you want a chance to win it.
I'm gonna hop on over to the YouTube stream, look at the chats, see who's watching. Some names I do recognize here. Some Project Purple action. Say, oh no, some Carnage. We do have support for the base cannon team from Nick Skills. I didn't know that they were the amicable. You see these guys in the F1 Championship racing together. They are not that kind to each other. But Nick Skills having some positivity in chat, showing his support. We do have some hellos from
As Wase
JT
goes
and
ahead of
Gordon
base cannon.
Bravo. Wase, after the whole, we are able to see a bigger picture of the race. It seems that the extra pit stop that base cannon took may not have been the move. He does fall behind Wase, who by our estimates now holds the lead, the net lead of this race. Base cannon choosing to go on the hard tires, so he intends to be in that car for a while. Now, of course, his teammate is Jawa, and I imagine that they will be splitting the time equally. So base cannon for the last 45 minutes of this race, he wants to take those medium tires and do a full push without any worries of tire impacting his grip, his lap times.
I think this might actually work out well for base cannon here, since he has 9 laps fresher tires and he's only 4 seconds back. I think that is a great place to be. We'll just have to see how well they can both navigate traffic and what their ultimate pace is.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see. Of course, base cannon does have to warm up to the car after sitting away from the track for about the 3 minutes that the long stop does take, as he holds a net P2. Josh Fulton does currently hold the lead So we can't say that he has led the race today here in Okayama in the P3 class. How long does he decide to go on these hard tires? Because if I can confirm with you, Talltech, he hasn't done a pit stop yet.
No, Josh Fulton has done 53 laps on the same set of tires, which is a little insane, I'm going to be honest. It's a very long time to be. I'm sure those tires are worn. He's having to test the grip in every corner, but he's, aside from a couple of major mistakes, he's been up there with the leaders.
Yeah, it is. It has been a refreshing sight to see Josh being able to fight in the higher positions of this race. Of course, we do know his history as a sim racer, at least I do know part of it. He does own this triple R/TSR server, trying to provide the platform for less experienced drivers to enjoy some clean racing with fellow sim racers. So having that opportunity to have all these people have fun racing each other on different cars on different tracks, and now personally being able to see the progress he's been making as a driver. Now he's pushing. He has given some difficult moments. He's able to race the likes of Wase and Base Cannon and Garito, and Milan, and he's keeping up with them. He is doing the same time as they're doing. So, come to Triple R, and that's the type of improvement you can make as well if you're interested in joining us.
Very true, but speaking of Milan, he's only 4/10 back on base right now.
Milan could decide to make the move while heading into the final corner. He should expect a healthy dose of slipstream from the car ahead. Base Cannon does go a bit wide, and his car does catch on the curbs a bit.
Super defensive on the inside.
Better drive. Base Cannon making multiple moves to cover the inside. Is that legal? They do make contact into turn one.
They stays in the lead.
None
not
of
in the
them
lead,
spin
but ahead.
out. Will that lead to some complaints? Do we have race stewards? I don't know. I don't know how to take that move, but Base Cannon does hold net P2 as a result of that, but that will not hold Milan back. I imagine as they head down into turn 5, he's going to want to make another move. Does he size up Base Cannon? Does he make a dart down the inside? Is he brave enough? No. He holds back. He decides, you know what? There's better places to do it. As they go into the twisty section at the start of Sector 3, he's able to maintain that gap. They're both able to keep the car on the tarmac, and he slots back in behind Base Cannon. But there's just not enough straight tarmac up ahead.
I think we might see, but he sends it down the inside here. I was just about to say we might not see a move except for into turn 1. But no, Milan is brave enough to try it anywhere where he thinks he has a chance, but just couldn't quite get alongside enough. Let's see how they fare out of the exit here.
Now, did that GT4 car have any impact on the racing that we have here today? Milan, again, Base Cannon blocks off the inside move. Milan tries the over-under, tries to take it around the outside into turn 2 as they head up the SS. Base Cannon, they have contact. Base Cannon pushes him wide, and oh boy, this is
I'm gonna be honest, I think that is not Base's best racing work.
There is going to be quite the heated discussion from the both of them. If I was Milan, you know what? I would be objective. I will keep my opinion to myself, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was a protest or two. However, what we have here now is a now 2.2 second gap. Of course, Milan losing a lot of time going into the gravel there, but we do know his pace, we do know his speed. He will try, and by the looks of things, he will catch up to base count soon enough, able to give us some entertaining racing? Were they able to give us some good racing? There's still 2 hours and 38 minutes left to see the answer to that question. However, as they head down to start their lap 54, it is currently Milan now 1.8 seconds behind base cannon.
Speaking of Milan, now joining us in the broadcast, we have Garrido. Welcome.
Hey,
Why don't you
guys.
introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Rita. I don't know what else to say. I don't know why. No, I don't do this.
It's all good. You're part of the England Rules racing team. Currently, Milan's in the car for you. How's your race been so far?
Well, I did not do as well as I wanted to be fair. But Milan's quicker, and I think Milan can bring us back. I really do.
I'm sure you have some thoughts and opinions on the kind of battling. Oh, the mistake from Milan there. But I'm sure you have thoughts and opinions on the racing that's happened between Milan and Base in these last couple of laps.
We need that position. It's diabolical, really.
Yeah, currently the racing that we've seen you two has given Wase the advantage that he would want. He's currently 7.5 seconds ahead of base cannon, and I imagine that you're trying to go for the win. How much do you feel that you'll be able to do against the base cannon and Jawa team up ahead? Do you have any more pit stop scheduled? Of course, you've already done your long pit, I assume.
Yeah, we have pit stops. I don't know when. They could come whenever. They've been sending people to our VC trying to figure out when we're pitting.
I do have. I'm looking at the YouTube chat here. 02 Hero does say that he is you guys' kinda engineer,
Yeah, he's our race engineer.
and according to him, Milan is fuming in VC right now. I really do wish we could have Milan in here to hear what he has to say. But yeah, some tough racing that's going on out there. But let's talk about your stint that you had earlier. Quite successful in my eyes. You know, as a viewer and as a commentator of this race, how did you feel about your stint?
Oh, I wasn't lapping too far off pace, but our luck with the GT4s was just awful. Base Cannon was getting them all in the straights, and we're stuck behind them every bloody corner, I swear. Two of them on the pitch.
That's not the first time, nor the last time we're gonna hear that sentence.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's just every corner.
Very understandable. I had a question regarding tire temperatures. Have you guys had much issue getting tires up to temperature and keeping them there? Especially here at night when the track is a little bit cooler. Only 24 degrees track temperature.
I was fine. Milan's actually running a different setup to me, but he hasn't complained about it at all. So I think we're looking good tire temp wise. We're obviously running mediums, so we're fast now. We've been really slow at the end of our stints. So yeah, Base Cannon's gonna have the edge on us there.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us here in the broadcast, and good luck to the rest of the race.
No problem. I'll go calm Milan down. See you later.
Well, we do hope that Milan is able to cool himself off, because he is currently 8 tenths behind Base Cannon, now 6 tenths. He will have to keep his cool as they get through the final 2 corners to start the 57th lap. I don't think it's close enough this time to do another slipstream move into turn 1, so he might decide to be a little bit patient and weigh up the opportunity on any future laps here, but you never know what can happen. This is multi-class racing. They have to go past the GT4s like they do now. Thankfully, this time it is clean around that BMW here, but in 1-2 laps time, they'll be right back at it again. Milan able to catch up on base cannon fairly quickly, so he does have the pace on him.
That's very true, and as you can see, like just the gap closing. I wonder if Milan's might be a little bit more aggressive considering the previous moves that Base made on him.
I guess what my summary of the incidents that occurred a couple of minutes ago is, I mean, as a driver, Milan will have learned the type of moves that base cannon is willing to make. Of course, we've seen base cannon 2 times now hold the inside to the maximum, to the white line. Both instances, of course, the first time he did it, maybe there was 2 or 3 defensive maneuvers in there. The second time it was a bit cleaner with 1 defensive move, but he did go deep and have contact with Milan. Milan, of course, will learn these lessons, so what does he take from that? Will he try this move in turn 1 again? Or, in my opinion, does he decide to be patient and take the maybe better opportunity that might lie ahead by going into turn 4 here, as base cannon loses a lot of speed through there, but he does reply with the inside move. Is he able to carry the speed out? No. We do have Milan up ahead and into P2 behind Wase. They are side by side going into turn 5. Who goes deeper? Who dares carry the speed? It is Milan who is better on the brakes. Now holds the inside into P6, which should be the better line. And he does keep that P2 position, but Base is flying into the inside of the carbs.
Base is not giving this up.
He doesn't have the grip on the carbs. He can't do that. He'll destabilize the car way too much, although he's trying. Again, in Sector 3 as they head up and back down the hill through there. Going through the final 2 corners, it is Milan with a 3-4-10th gap on base cannon, and he's gonna try push as much as he can on the car behind him, and it seems like that should be that. An unfortunate, was it an error? Was it traffic for base cannon? We do not know, but he lost a bunch of time going into the S's, and right now it is Milan in P2, the 10.7 gap to the car ahead, which is Wase holding the P1 position here.
Wase and Milan both on the same age of tires. They both pitted on the exact same lap, so they're both on 19-lap old mediums. And, so the pace difference here is going to be purely just the pace, unless their fuel loads are significantly different, which I don't expect. Base is not slowly losing out, now 8 tenths back in traffic. He's going to really be trying to push to get that position back. As we are seeing the sun, in fact, start to rise once again. The first out of 2 times we should be seeing this race. Let's go down to the GT4s here, where it looks like a battle starting to brew up between the Rev and Big Dean Energy.
After what seems like a long time, it appears we do have GT4s that are close enough to have some TV time. Now Rev 174 does have the speed advantage of Big Dean Energy. If you go by the last lap times, Rev 174 with the 36.4 and Big Dean with the 1:38.0, so we should be expecting a move within 1 or 2 laps time. Big Dean having to bear the brunt, the size, the weight, and the power of the Aston Martin. Rev 174 in the slightly more nimble, slightly less powerful, but still super fun to drive, number 16 Alpine, as they navigate the traffic as well with the LMP3s coming through. Is Rev 174 brave enough? Of course, this is a move for position, as he'll be able to climb up into P13 overall and P5 in class, which is super respectable given the really good turnout that we've had today. Rev 174 currently 9 tenths back in 1 lap's time. Things could have changed. Things could change here.
Things could change, and sticking on the GT4 subject, looks like Gorecki is back in the car after a driver swap from Potato. So they've done their 2 mandatory driver swaps, and now it's just up to Gorecki to, unless they have more planned, which I don't think they would, but Gorecki to try and make up the places that they lost due to that unfortunate network incident on lap 1.
Heading down the back straight here, we do have Rev 174 currently 6 tenths behind Big Dean Energy, so it's not gonna happen in this corner. And I assume, unless anything happens up ahead, it's not gonna happen into turn 4 as the LMP3 that was lapping them does go off. That does give them the time, it does give them the space to assess the situation for Rev 174 to think, where am I gonna make this move? Where am I gonna stick this yellow Alpine up against this blue Aston Martin? It's not gonna be now. I don't think it's gonna be this lap, but every single time we look at them, he's getting closer and closer and closer to Big Dean Energy. And sooner rather than later, we do expect that position to swap between them. Currently, it's still that 6/10 gap that we have seen for the past lap now, and Ev is just trying his best to look for that space.
We can already see that Big Dean Energy is taking some pretty defensive lines into a lot of these corners, already scared of a move from Rev. And I wonder how much that is going to slow down his pace, allowing Rev to get even closer.
It is another 10th gained on the car ahead for Rev 174, as it looks like Big Dean Energy was able to gather energy to find another second in his speed. Now, of course, these GT4 cars, the brakes is not as good. They don't have as much grip in the corners, so it'll take so much more to make this move actually happen on track. However, as they head up into turn 4, it looks like it could be now. And I'm getting a phone call from my dad. I will see you guys in 15-20 minutes.
All right. I'll take over again here. And see, yeah, Rev's still really, really close. Just trying to make the move happen. Looking at the outside. Can he get alongside before the corner? He can. Brakes deep. Will he make the corner? But Big Dean Energy matches the deep braking. Both make the corner, but Big Dean Energy keeps the position. Well defended there from a late braking move. And now there's even an LMP car behind them. Let's see who's that good advantage. Looks like the LMP car gets passed cleanly. But can Rev stay the same into this corner? Can he take advantage of the traffic? Not quite. Rev just on the tail of that Aston, but can't quite get the move done. As we said earlier, this track is so tight. So hard to make moves happen. Even if you have the pace, as we saw, Rev was gaining very quickly on Big Dean Energy and clean air, but once he's behind him, as we've seen over and over again, it's very difficult to get this move done. Some more LMP traffic going through this battle as well. As Rev makes a little mistakes, making that gap all the way up to 8-9 tenths at this point. Big Dean Energy doing everything he can to keep Rev behind, but Rev with a deep braking move, and that's too deep. Contact, both cars spun around. Unfortunate, Rev trying to get back on track, but takes a bit longer. Dean is going to be relieved to have this almost 8-second gap now, but he won't be relieved to be spun around by Rev like that. Very tough move. Looks like Basecamp is once again in the pits. I wonder if this one will be his driver swap or if this is Should be a normal pit stop. We're on board now with Josh Fulton, currently in P3. He will be attempt. Not noticing too much. But yes, looks like I can see on the live timing page here that in fact it is a driver swap for the Techly XVM. And now it's changed on the leaderboard as well. Jawa is hopping into that car as, oh, Rev with another mistake. A very tough couple of laps for him. Very unfortunate. Just those couple of mistakes losing him so much time. He rejoins safely in front of them. Yeah, Rev now is over 20 seconds behind Big Dean Energy. Just those couple of mistakes. Such a huge time loss. As we can see, the back end of the LMPs is classic endurance racing. Everyone's a lap apart. But the front four is still all on the lead lap. Maybe we'll see how far back this is. Josh also goes into the pits along with Jawa. Let's see how much time this guy loses. It looks like people in chat. Yeah, currently some chat interaction going. Who are you guys rooting for? I think it's really up to anyone. And GT4 is Swagolinski really has a commanding lead, but I still think that anything could happen. And so he might just make a huge mistake. And, oh, as I say that, Jinx has a contact with, I think it was Rev again. May have been bot Lando, but just, oh, and another spin as the recovery. Very, very tough for Jinx there. See a base from J2. That's biased, that doesn't count. Mylan, Wase, VM and Techly Hate Watch, very reasonable. Yeah, terrorism on the Alpine was a little tough. Currently, the gap for the lead, Wase leading by 16 seconds to Mylan. Remember, these guys were a lot closer together. Wase with just a little bit of more pace than Mylan here. On their last lap, he was 0.3 quicker. Just slowly gaining out that lead. Alright. As we can see here, the sun here is now almost fully risen. We're almost halfway through this race. Right now on board with Jinx, who just had that unfortunate incident with the GT4 car. And I see someone in chat is asking for Jawa and Mylan comparisons. Mylan's last lap was a 25.5. And Jawa's last lap was a pit lap, so we'll have to wait till he finishes one to get a representative lap time. Yes, Jawa is now out on track, trying to make up that gap towards the lead. As we see Rev pulling into the pits after that very unfortunate couple of laps. Now with Juicy Mango, who has, while not had the best of races, they are still in it, and that's a backwards LMP car in the grass. Maple? Not 100% sure. But, yeah, it's just real unfortunate for Juicy Mango to be so far back, but like we've said earlier, the especially if you're a rookie, but really for anyone. If you even finish an endurance race, that's already an accomplishment, no matter what position you're in. To race for 4 hours is not easy. Currently, classic endurance racing, as we see Juicy Mega pull into this as well, as it seems that every driver we talk about knows that. But some large gaps in most places, just all the drivers trying to show their pace and give themselves as good of a chance as possible. As we see Alan Barker hit the back of, I couldn't tell what car that was, but very unfortunate contact there. He just hits the back. Very good race so far as we are nearing the 2-hour mark. Yes, here, let's see those lap times. Jawa's last lap was a 26.4 and Milan's was a 25.7. But Wase's is all the way to a 23.3. Wase is flying out there with the fastest lap of this race. No, not quite. Josh still holds the fastest lap of this race with a 22.9. Have now on board with Josh here, just holding P4, 30 seconds behind Jawa, and has a solid gap to get behind with over a minute. It's great to see all this interaction in chat. Has their own favorites and reasons of hate watching. Both are acceptable. Glad to have you here with us to see this really just great racing from everyone involved. And of course, huge thank you to Potato, who is racing as well as the main organizer of this race. He's done a lot of hard work to get this to happen, and we thank him for that. Now on board with Thorn here, the number 16 Alpine, who I believe, yes, is in the same car as Rev was in. So, did a driver swap, now dropped to the back of the pack. You can see he's only 5 seconds behind Garecki here, but Garecki's been fast in the past. Now joining me on the stream is Rev, who just finished his stint and swapped out. Welcome. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello everybody, I'm Rev174. I am one half of the almighty Toasted Puns Racing team with myself and Thorn. Driving the Alpine, the GT4 class today.
Yeah, how would you describe your race as having gone so far?
Mostly consistent, couple racing incidents, but nothing egregious. I don't think anyone's out to get us, even though we obviously have the memeiest livery out there, so we kind of have a target on our backs.
Well, I wonder what Big Dean Energy thinks of that after your contact in, I think it was turn 1.
Yeah, that was... I've been steadily gaining on him a little bit. Thorn had been helping me out as crew chief, just telling me my gaps, and I was gaining, about half a second on every lap on him, and then I saw he took the gravel going into one of the first hairpins. I was like, okay, well, I think I can get past, and then albeit also got past, and then it didn't work on the inside.
Yeah, understandable. We have Potato in chat here asking a question from Potato Sports News. Do you feel guilty for the murder you committed?
Absolutely not. It was pure act of God.
Well, that's your answer, Potato Sports News. I'm not sure how happy you'll be with that, but that's the answer you get. How was your guys' strategy planning worked out? Did you guys have something planned out before the race, or are you guys just taking it by vibe?
We had a decent strategy going forward. I know Thorn, he had just gotten really dialed in with the car during our practice in this week, and so I was like, okay, you want to take the reins on quali? And he's like, sure. And he did a decent job. He got us about halfway through our our class, and he was going to take the first stint for about half an hour. Then I'll switch and see how he did. And I noticed when the track time started to go down, you know, the lap time started to go up a little bit. But now that it's warming up a little bit, I think we'll be able to get back up to our race pace. I know he's trying to do one more stint, and then I'll probably be closing out. But you know, I think our strategy's working good so far. I know other people are trying to do it on the hour by the hour, but I like our little undercuts that we're doing. I think it's unique.
Yeah, it's been great to see you on track, but it looks like you have Thorn has a tough stint ahead of him, considering ahead of him is Gurecki, who had pole position and was one of the fastest guys out there in these GT4s. So, as we see Gurecki get tagged, this is your chance. I think you might get this position here.
Yeah,
As we see, I think that's Wase who spun. And yeah, you're right up there, only a 3-second gap now.
Yeah, those Supras are mighty quick, and you know they're leading the way, and we're happy to be keeping up with them. But we'll see what we can do. I don't say it's out of the question, but we're gonna have to fight hard.
Well, yeah, but it looks like you have a great chance here with that incident with Gurecki, making you only have 3 seconds now to gain. Thank you for the interview, and have a good one.
No problem. Good luck with the rest of the broadcast, you guys.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So yes, as we saw, the leader of the race, Wase, spinning around, which means Milan's gap, instead of being at 22 seconds, is only down to 10. This might give a burst of energy into Milan to try and really close that gap down. And also he's still here with Gurecki. Very unfortunate getting spun around like that, but he's already getting on the Thorn again, making that 3-second gap almost into 4 already. Some good insight into the strategy as well, where we heard about the undercuts that they were planning on. We can see here, looking at the pace currently, Milan's last lap was 25.4, but Jawa's was a 23.3, but I think they just recently took an extra pit stop, so they still have a 2-lap gap. As we see Jawa, as I'm talking about him, getting knocked around by one of the Gulf livery Mustangs. Very unfortunate for him to see that, as he's just trying to close down that 2-lap gap as we're nearing the halfway point of this race. I agree, Potato. It's that Mustang really is a tank to just take the hits. Nothing happens to it compared to these LMP3s, which are much lighter. Or at least feel much lighter. I don't actually know if the weight's that much different, but very, very interesting racing so far. I mean, as we've seen, like, yes, these gaps may seem large, but over 2 hours, anything and everything can and will happen. Currently on board with Alan Baker, who has a very nice space in no man's land. As we see the number 30, actually, yeah, the Juicy Mango spinning around and tagging Alan Baker, not helping out their stint. Really just Yeah. But here, yeah, I'm just no man's land. A lap gap ahead, a lap gap behind. That's what endurance racing is about a lot of the time, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you look at it. You still have to, of course, manage GT4 traffic almost every lap. But it's just to remain calm, collected, and focused to try and keep pace and take advantage of mistakes that happen ahead. As we can see, even after that spin that Wase had, he's currently faster than Milan by a little bit here, as he's the gap is almost 12 seconds compared to the 10 that or the 8 that it used to be. We can also see in that battle we covered earlier with Thorn and Gurecki, where Thorn has lost about 4 seconds to Gurecki in that time. So Gurecki is really, really fast. I think he can still make up several positions, but he has a minute to catch up to Goshu. Now following on board on Thorn. He's just trying to make his way up to Gurecki, but at this point it may be more just maximum pace that's possible and just trying to see how far up as he can go. Now on board with Maple here, trying to get around that number, that Gulf-liveried Mustang, who is Goshu, and almost more contact with an LMP3 for Goshu, but has to make clean. Once again. Oh no, it wasn't Goshu. Who is that Mustang? I do not know. Oh, it's Eagers. That's who it was that we see as they spin around here. In turn 4. It's a tough track for everyone out here. On board with him now, currently P17. .30 seconds behind Thorn. Now on board with Big Dean Energy, who's also in quite a bit of no man's land. However, ahead of him I think is Gurecki, who he's trying to lap. Alright, right? Yes, it is. Now we're on board with race leader Wase Anjum, who has been doing a fantastic job just holding this lead in this race as he gets a clean pass past Seegers. And, welcome to the stream, J2 Quick, our expert analyst.
Hello, I'm glad to be on board. I'm glad that we can have a nice expert view on what's going on in the race.
Couldn't agree more. So you've been looking at most of this race. Who are your favorites for today?
Well, you know, I never want to be biased or anything like that, but you know, I think one of the drivers out there that's doing really well today is Base Cannon, who's teamed up with Jawa, running for the VM team. I think they're having an exceptional race. I really like what they're doing on track. I think they're staying clean, and you know, like I said, I think they're doing really well.
Anyone else?
I say he's pretty good, you know. No, Wase's genuinely doing very well. So is Mylan. And Josh is up there. I'm really interested in watching the team. What team is Thorn running for with Rev in the Alpine?
They are both in the Toasted Puns.
Toasted Puns. Yeah, I'm interested in their race as well. I like the way they're driving today. So I got a couple out there that I'm looking forward to seeing.
I think I see a pattern of the drivers you seem to like.
I'm not sure what you mean. But we're actually on board with Thorn right now. I mean, you can see he's on the limit here. He's pushing. He's getting everything he can out of that GT4. It looks beautiful going around the track as well. A little bit of I'm not actually sure what class car is behind him, but a little bit of traffic behind him that he'll have to deal with here soon.
For sure, and yeah, that is an LMP. Can't tell which one, but it's certainly been a really interesting race so far. For me personally, I'm really interested to see how far up Gorecki can get himself, because he's been one of the fastest GT4s his entire race. Just that really unfortunate internet issue in lap 1, which caused him to lose quite a bit of time. But he's already gained 4 places and 55 seconds to the next guy ahead. I think he can get up even further than that.
Yeah, it's an exceptional performance to come back after internet issues, which can often, with sim racing and endurance, spell out the end of a race for a team. But putting his foot to the floor and getting the car in on every apex and just pushing and not thinking about anything else, he's doing a really good job.
Really good job. On board currently with Maple here. Not much coverage to be had, since just like Alan Barker, just very much in no man's land with huge gaps both ahead and behind.
Yeah, that can be one of the weird things about enduro is a lot of the time you're racing against people that you can't see, and that's one of the challenges of being in this and just being able to keep your head down and set your lap times is you're fighting against the time more than you're fighting against the people when you're on track like that.
Very true, as we see who I think is I forget who was in the UK car.
I believe, is it Mylan in the UK car? I believe so. Maybe you're wrong.
Yeah.
Yes, Mylan in the UK.
Mylan. Just getting another lap around Maple here, getting the pass done cleanly.
Yeah, I mean Mylan's been there today.
He just 3 laps ago he just pitted, so he's trying to get a little bit of an undercut on Wase to try and reduce that gap that they had. Just trying to get the lead of this race back.
Yeah, absolutely. Trying to get those freshies on and use all the available grip on that new tire. Who do you think right now is running good strategy? Mylan bumping over the curb there a little bit. Who do you think is going to end up getting towards the later stages of this race with their strategy with large offsets? Anybody that you're particularly looking at?
Well, that VM Techley car, they seem to have a little bit of shorter stint lengths than everyone else, which is really interesting to see. I have no idea which strategy is actually faster. It'll just be a matter of time, and at the end of the race, who's ahead?
Yeah, I think with the shorter stint times, it's definitely going to be a little bit of a different run as compared to some of these other teams, but it may end up paying off for them in the end.
Yeah, for sure. And also, it was really interesting to see Josh Fulton at the beginning of the race holding out on those hards for 50 or over 50 laps.
Yeah, I was watching that. He was really getting along.
Oh, as we watch him spin around, right as we talk about it.
Yeah,
classic commentator's curse.
Yeah, he definitely he felt the pressure there. Maybe it looks like he just went a little bit deep on his brakes there, and the rear stepped, and he actually managed to save it really, really well. I don't think he went around fully. I think he mostly just slid out sideways and got back on it. So good recovery from Josh there.
Good recovery indeed. But for Josh, I think honestly, his pace has been really good, but he's just made a couple of mistakes here and there that I may keep from winning this one.
Yeah, those types of things can really hold you back. It's still early doors here, but you never know. At the end of the race, you may have a 3-second gap that feels unclosable, but could have been avoided had you been able to keep it a little bit cleaner during your stint. But we'll see how it pans out at the end of the race here.
Indeed, we will. Currently, the gap after the pit stop for the lead, minute 16, that Milan's behind Wase. But we'll have to wait for Wase, who's currently on 42 lap old mediums, to see what he does with the next pit stop.
Yeah, and we see, I believe that was Milan there going a little bit deep with the lockup, trying to just use all the available grip on those fresh tires. We're on board with him. I mean, he's been a top runner today, you know, and he's been in the fight with a couple of drivers, and he's been doing really well. Wondering if you said you believe there's an undercut happening with him?
They were talking about it earlier, yes. But I am not 100% sure what he meant by that. Maybe a similar thing to just like shorter stints in general. But...
Yeah. I mean, it seems like his last lap time was in a 26.2. His best being in a 26.8. You know, and he's got about a minute and 17 to Wase here. So after the pit stop, we probably will see him enter the lead. It will just be, can he hold on to it and keep it away from Wase's team?
Oh, for sure. Oh,
Ooh.
as we see Jinx spun around in a wall.
And it looks like he might actually be stuck. He might be beached in the dirt. It seems like he's trying to get out, but the tires just aren't gripping up. He may have been in first. I thought he was trying to reverse there. Looks like he's desperately trying to get out.
No.
He can.
Oh,
no.
That is such a tough thing in an endurance race, to lose a whole lap, especially after an incident like that.
Man,
But
yeah, that is tragic.
I think what really, makes the racer is how you react to an incident like that. You have to keep your head calm, collected, and just keep doing the laps.
Yeah, I mean, Jinx has really just got to try and bounce back from that. You know, it's going to put him significantly out of position. But like you said, if you can keep your head down and really put your laps in, those types of things you can recover from. As he's leaving the pit lane here again, and going to do his best to get back out there, get back on it, and just try to stay in the race here. Oop, pulling off to the side there.
They might be retiring? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
No. Well, because I thought you got your controls locked for like 30 seconds after you teleported to pits, but I'm not exactly sure how the penalties are set up on this server. Anyway, very unfortunate. Wase's now in the pits. As we saw, Milan did take the lead.
Yeah. And it seems like he's been in here for a while. I'm not sure exactly how long
stop.
the
I think it's
long
a
stop
long
is.
stop happening. Yep. I think for 3 minutes.
So this will give Milan a significant amount of time to pull away from Wase and try to create that lead. He is on those fresher tires, so if he's been able to bring those up to temp and save enough of them, he should be able to pull out quite a lead here.
I'm not Sorry? Yes, it does. We can see that he's been in there for 2 minutes, so he's another 45 seconds in the pits. But for Milan, I'm wondering, have him and Garrido done 2 driver swaps or just 1? I think just 1.
Well, I am the expert, but I think you would know a little bit better than me on that one.
I'm not 100% sure, but I think they've only done 1. So Wase doing his, I think, his second long stop already, pretty early into the race, considering we just crossed the halfway mark. There's a lot still to play for, but considering Wase's solo, it doesn't really matter to him.
Yeah, that's true, and
break.
Yeah, that's a serious feat for a driver to really take on. I mean, racing for 4 hours, is it's always going to be taxing on the body, of course, and Milan on the lead lap has already done 85 laps, and I can say from personal experience, doing just 20 to 30 laps is hard on the body. It really messes with your fatigue and your mental.
Oh, for sure. And Wase also with a solo drive. Josh also with a solo drive.
Wow, so a lot of drivers out here today really giving it their all and trying to get the win.
Maple as well. I'm too slick for you. All of them really great performances so far, doing a 4-hour race all on their own.
Picking back up here with Bot Lando in the Alpine. Oh, we switched to I'm Too Slick for You. I don't want to seem biased, but I really like that name. You know, anything with a 2 in it's kind of on my level here. Currently running in 7th overall. Do you happen to know where Slick is in class?
7th.
Oh, gotcha. Thank you. That's good.
Yeah, just he's P7 in class. He's in the LMP3s, and that's the lead class.
Okay, gotcha. I wasn't sure if there was somebody in front of him. Let's see here.
No. And then currently looking at Jawa with only a 5-second gap to Wase after that pit stop. I wonder if he'll be able to catch up.
Yeah, we'll see if Wase can get those tires up to temp and get into the groove and start setting those lap times.
Yeah, because I'm looking right now, Wase's last lap was quite slow at 1:31.7 compared to Jawa's 24.4. But I'm not sure if that was his out lap from pit stop or not.
Yeah, it'll definitely be something we have to pay attention to as we keep going here. Jawa caught in a little bit of GT4 traffic, it seems.
Oh, so much time lost there from just getting stuck behind the corner. This track, as we've said multiple times already, is just so tight. Managing traffic as an LMP3 is really not easy.
Yeah, I mean, and the speed difference in of itself through the corners is, you know, so difficult for a driver to judge. You know, when you're in something like an LMP3 and you've got a GT4 in front of you who just doesn't have the downforce to go through at the same speed, it just feels almost unnatural to be going as slowly as they are when you're behind them, but you obviously wouldn't want to cause an incident or anything like that.
No, of course not. And also it's the thing where, like, yes, getting through traffic once, like through just one car, isn't that hard on its own, but you have to do it hundreds of times throughout this race.
Yeah.
And if you even screw it up once, that's just straight up time loss that no team wants.
Yeah, and we heard it from a driver earlier in the interview. Is like sometimes you just get into a bad kind of pattern where you are only seeing the GT4s in the corners and not in the straights, and it's just one of those things with enduro racing that you just have to deal with as a driver.
Yeah, exactly. So looking here now, comparing Wase and Jawa, it's a 26.8 from Jawa compared to a 24.8 from Wase. So it looks like Wase has turned up the pace a little bit.
Yeah, that may have been his outlap that we saw earlier, but as he's getting into his groove and, like I said, getting those tires warmed up, I imagine Wase will start wanting to look more ahead to Milan rather than trying to look behind to Jawa. Of course, you know, I think Jawa will probably find a way to close in on the group as a whole, but we will see.
We will see. Couldn't agree more. Currently on board with Josh here. P4, 40 seconds up to Jawa. Just trying to slowly make that gap up if possible. Behind him, he has a very comfortable 3 laps. So he is only looking forward, which honestly, as from experience from previous races shows, that's usually the faster way to do it rather than looking behind you.
Yeah, I would say in general, you always want to be looking forward when you're driving the car around the track to look behind you. I mean, that's a feat that I even couldn't think of tackling myself.
I don't mean literally looking. I mean, like.
I'm kidding. Oh man. No, but Josh really putting in the laps here, really, really controlling that LMP car, moving through the traffic rather nicely as well. I think he caught that GT4 car on the straight, which is really good for him. Another
very
smooth
tight
pass.
overtake.
Yeah, it's close on the. Oh man, that GT4 almost making contact. It's tight through some of these corners, but it seems like Josh is doing really well to kind of go through without incident and without significant time loss.
Garrido in the YouTube chat brings up a good point. I do not think hards were the strat. Do you agree, disagree? Because right now, Mylan on the lead. He's on hards.
I mean, there's always two ways to go about your enduro stints, and that's, are you going to stay out for the long haul? Are you going to put on those hard tires, put your head down, and, you know, just lap after lap after lap and shoot for consistency? Or are you going to put on like something like those mediums or those softs? I know we talked about the softs being a little bit off earlier, but are you going to put on that softer tire and get out there and try to set the best laps you can for a shorter amount of time, you know, even though your tires are going to die, and try to catch up to the lead drivers by just simply setting the faster lap? I think both more depend on your consistency. You know, it's just all about what can you do over the course of the race rather than what can you do for 1 or 2 laps on your stint. So we'll see how it pans out here. In my personal opinion, I think the hards are going to be the way to go, but I'm not on track. I'm not in that seat, so I can't really say.
That's the fun part about being in here. We can speculate all we want,
Yeah.
and we can't be wrong.
That's true. That's true.
On board currently with Kiagoalski.
Beautiful
Leading the
livery by-
GT4s. Still a very comfortable 20-second gap that he's been holding for the past hour or so.
Yeah, I
And,
mean, it's
looking
been
at the-
quite a performance.
Looking at the GT4s, Garecki's already only 30 seconds behind Goshu. He is really gaining fast. I think he's the fastest guy on track in there, GT4s. Check. Yes, he is.
Wow, so Gurecki really going for that win there, trying to make up as much time after that unfortunate internet situation towards the beginning of the race, as he's making a pass right there. Just kind of blowing through the field, and, you know,
Yeah.
it's something to
Getting
be
by
said.
Brankovic. That's the P2 car, and he's like, look at the speed advantage he has.
Yeah, you can see now he's already pulling out well over about a 2-car length from behind him now. And that GT4 holding up the hypercar may give Gurecki just a little bit more time to think about his own line and his own pace here.
Oh, for sure. See if Mexican Pablo can get the move done cleanly here.
Yeah, was able to
Smilin
catch
also
the
catching up on this
GT4.
back.
Yeah, I was able to catch up on the GT4 there on the straight, which was very good for him here. He does still have Gurecki to deal with in front of him. And there's one more as well. You said Mylan also kind of coming up on this traffic. That may hinder him, as Wase is surely trying to get on Mylan's tail and, you know, fight for the lead of that race.
Very true. And Mylan's? Or whose? Which car are you talking about? Oh. Yeah, Mylan is teammates with El Garrido, but Potato makes a good point in chat here that they have done both of their long stops, which means that Gurecki has the only place to go is up, as everyone else does their second long stop. 3 minutes
Yeah,
is a long time.
It really is, and we spoke earlier, you know, about just the strategy and what you're gonna do, you know, when it comes down to spacing out your stops and having that driver on track who can really take advantage of that. I think what was the team name again? I can't quite remember. Is it Toasted Puns?
Toasted Puns, the number
Yes.
16 Alpine.
Yes. Oh, that was 16 Alpine. Okay.
Which car are you talking about?
Gurecki.
Gurecki is in a car with Potato in the Ballermilk racing team.
I'm not gonna try and embarrass myself.
So
by
you can
pronouncing
just
that.
say Ballermilk.
Ballermilk. Okay, understood. I think they've got a good strategy going for him here, and I think they've put Gurecki in a position to show what he can do.
Yep. I think it's gonna be like I said at the start of this race. Even after his incident, I did not count him out, and this is the reason why. He is so fast and be able to just get everywhere. As we see an actual battle for P2. Jawa right on the tail of Wase here.
Wow, going through this corner, like you said, Jawa on the tail of Wase. I mean, he's got to be dealing with the dirty air that Wase is leaving behind him now. You know, it's a difficult thing to drive in, especially with these high downforce cars. As they make their move on the straight, is Jawa going to be close enough for a
And the lap
slipstream?
traffic ahead. But it's not GT4s, it's other LMPs. This is going to be a tough one for both of them to navigate.
Absolutely, that LMP getting out of the way of Wase there. Jawa getting stuck behind through this corner. That's going to give Wase just a second to run away.
That's Alan Barker there ahead of Jawa, just trying to keep his own pace while not trying to get in the way of these little bit faster guys.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
of course,
it's
the blue flags are optional. If these, especially since the long pits are 3 minutes long, sometimes you may be a lap apart, but you still want to fight the other car for position.
yeah, absolutely. And as one of those lap drivers, it's almost a harder thing to deal with being around, you know, drivers in a higher class trying to get past you. You know, you're trying to focus on your own line and your own pace, but you're also trying to not get in the way of anybody else. As a GT4 is spun out. Oh my goodness. Jawa barely
Sideways
getting away from that.
beamer.
I think it did actually pick up Alan Barker.
Yeah, it did. And yeah, now that's one way to get past lap traffic.
Yeah, I mean,
or take them out.
it's always good when it's easier. Alan
Yeah,
just struggling to get back on track here, possibly with a little bit of damage.
Oh, don't beat yourself. No.
No.
Oh no. Okay, he can
Okay,
get out.
here he comes. Smooth on the.
That's a real, yeah.
Yeah. Over the curves, he does make it
This is
back.
the exit of turn 4, yeah. This looks like this is just, you can get beached on the dirt there. I honestly
Yeah.
haven't seen that in AC very often, but
Yeah, it's tricky with that uphill grass section. It's not somewhere you want to be off track, especially on these cars with the slicks and with the high horsepower that they have.
definitely.
As we see here, though, despite all of that chaos that was happening down at turn 4, Jawa's still on the back of Wase here. I mean, he's looking for a pass at this point in the race. He wants this position. They're on altered strategies, and you know it's time for Jawa to show what he can do.
Well, looking here, comparing different strategies, Milan has only done 2 pit stops this race, or their team, sorry. And Wase's only done 3, but Jawa and Base have done 5 on
Wow.
a very aggressive strategy. And but it looks like it's working out not terribly considering they're fighting for P2 here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talked about, you know, would it be more beneficial to take the longer stints or the shorter stints with a softer tire? And you're seeing, you know, the difference here with the VM team, you know, opting for those shorter stints, more aggressive laps, trying to really put the rubber on the track and, you know, put their lap times down. We have Mexican Pablo off the track there recovering now. But it's all about how you can make best of that strategy. Mexican Pablo's still struggling with the dirt on the rear tires, presumably.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's just waiting for traffic to get by, which is the safe way to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Good racecraft by Mexican Pablo there and recovering on the track in a safe way. Making sure not
super
to
good
mess
to
up
see.
anybody else's race.
I mean, as we've seen earlier in the race, if there's a car sideways on the exit of a corner, there's like nothing you can do about it most of the time. And it looks like Wase's gotten a little bit of a gap to Jawa. Not sure if that's due to traffic or
Not sure.
something
Mexican
else.
Pablo's still struggling here.
still in it though. That's what's important.
That's true. That's very true. Still on track, still going to give it his all. It's one of those hard things as a driver when you go off track like that, you know, and you have the dirt on those tires and you can't feel it necessarily when you're going straight, but when you go into that corner, there's just nothing there for you. It's a hard thing to manage.
And not only that, but also managing your emotions through that. I know whenever I spin or have some sort of an incident, it's very difficult for me to try and calm down and just ignore it. That's happened. It's in the past. Focus on what's ahead and to get some clean laps in.
Yeah, the mental's one of those things that's almost more important than the driving while you're out there. If you're not mentally in it to win it, then you're probably going to be struggling in a whole bunch of different
Especially in
ways.
endurance.
Especially in endurance, you're right. But Mexican Pablo, mental obviously strong here as he's continuing to stay on track, push, and try to get the best of his situation.
Definitely. Back looking at Jawa and Wase here, looks like Wase had a little bit of better time navigating through some traffic as the gap is closer to 2 seconds at this point.
Yeah, opened up a little bit there. Wase's kind of trying to check out of this race from Jawa at this point. Jawa's still on his heels, trying to do what he can.
It's really, I feel like a lot of the times this kind of like 2 second or so gap is one of the hardest when you're the car behind, because you start feeling a little bit of that dirty air, a little bit of that pressure to like, come on, get the overtake done, don't waste time. And that's a very easy time for a driver to make a mistake.
Yeah, that pressure to catch your opponent, often it can kind of pull you away from the focus of actually driving your own line and staying on track, you know.
And it's also easy in that case if you're especially just staring at the other car to follow them into a mistake. Which,
Yeah,
especially when you're 2 seconds back, that's the exact opposite if you want. If the driver in front makes a mistake, you really want to be as fast as possible to capitalize.
Yeah, you definitely want to capitalize on the mistakes of the drivers in front of you. I remember earlier in the race we said that as well, you know. It's just sometimes you're not necessarily passing on straight outright pace, but you're passing on the capitalization of a mistake of the driver in front, you know, and if you're able to capitalize on that and maintain your position afterwards, or maintain that second that you gain on them from behind afterwards, those things can change a race.
Definitely. Now looking here at Thorn in the number 16 Alpine. Just no man's land, like a lot of people. Just getting the laps.
Yeah, putting in those laps, racing by himself. Roughly about 43 seconds behind Gurecki there.
So yes, we're nearing the 2.5 hour mark of this race. And it's really good to see so many drivers still in it and still pretty close to each other.
Yeah, beautiful show out from the field, and you know, like we were saying, beautiful mental resilience from all of them to, despite anything that they've faced on track, to just stay in it and keep putting down their laps.
I'm going to be excited to follow the lead of this race when, because like I said, I'm pretty sure Milan still has one more long stop to do, which means he'll lose a lot of time to the VM Techly car, to Wase. It'll be, I think, really a really interesting end of this race.
Yeah, I agree, and you never know what type of lap traffic will come their way towards the end that may also alter the way the race pans out here. On board with Alan Barker, moving through a little bit of that GT4 traffic there, relatively smoothly, a little bit of time loss to those corners, but he's on the straight now, and he's checked out of that.
And that's honestly a lot of the times the best you can hope for when you're a faster class trying to overtake slower ones. You just have to take the losses as they come and keep moving forward.
Yeah, and that's again on that mental side of things there. As we see Goshu, and I believe behind him is Gurecki, no?
No, Gurecki. No, that is the. It's actually I don't know. No, Gurecki's in the pits. Yeah.
Oh, Gurecki is pitted. Okay.
Is that? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what team that is as well.
It's the Waifu Squad car, but I honestly forget who it was. Is it
DB or Gamer?
Is it Swagilinski?
Oh, you may be right.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. On board with Kiagoalski here, and he's with Goshu, who is actually lap traffic. So he's looking to make a move
Goshu's
past
not
here.
giving this up easily.
No, absolutely, and he's not obliged to either. This
No,
is
he
his
is not.
position to fight for, and I think he's going to do everything that he can. Greki making a beautiful swing around the outside there, getting past. We'll see if Goshu's going to try and stay in this one, or if he's going to try and let Kiagoalski just go away, or Kiagoalski go drive up the track and focus on his own laps.
Yeah, definitely. As we see here, Jawa had a pit stop. Now behind Josh Fulton. Is that his sixth pit stop of this race? They are really doing aggressive stints.
Yeah, I mean, I think the VM team is out here to win it. I think that's their goal, and I think they're trying to stick to their strategy as close as they can and really come back out on those newer, fresher tires and set the best possible laps that they can, trying to get that strategy over on Wasei and Milan.
For sure. Yeah, looks now Jawa a shorter pit stop, now 17 seconds behind
Ooh,
Josh.
is that a LMP off track there?
I think that's Pablo, unfortunately.
That's unfortunate for him, yeah.
Yeah, the red, the black and white. But honestly, he has these incidents. He's still in the race. He's still lapping. I think that's commendable.
I would agree. I would say from personal experience, that's more than you could say for some of my races I can think of very recently, or the F4 race that you or I did not finish because it was a mess driving wise, and you gotta really applaud him for staying in the race, keeping his head down, and setting those laps, doing very well despite all of it.
And as we're watching the sun set once again, going into that night stint, temperature is going to drop off and visibility going to decrease majorly.
Yeah, and like you said, some drivers, are gonna have to just fling it into the corner and trust that muscle memory on hitting those apexes and being correct on their exit. You may see lap times swing, towards certain drivers' favor, away from other drivers, and you may also see, more incidents come along with that nighttime driving. It doesn't necessarily always show right away, but after a little bit, if you get in that kind of fugue state where you're not really paying attention, you can be caught out. LMP going into the dirt for the overtake there, making it pass, sticking to the back of Jawa there. I'm not actually sure who that is. Is he off track again?
Is that
yeah,
Pablo? I think that's Pablo.
Could be Mexican Pablo again, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it seems like he's just struggling with his tires at this point are probably overheated.
Oh,
Ooh,
that
close
was
dodge.
Really close.
Yeah, that was very close by that GT4. Good to avoid it along with Milan, and did not catch who else passed him through there, but all did very well to avoid that car on the apex there.
So we can see the LMPs kind of dividing themselves into two separate micro classes, with the top four being all relatively close to each other, and then the next three with the 4 laps between them.
Yeah, and Alan Barker with only about 15 and a half second gap to that section of LMP's leader there, Maple. And when you're talking about an endurance race, for this long, a 15-second gap at this point in the race is not that far. It's something that's, it's something that a driver could very easily swing and close that gap up towards the end of the race.
Yeah. Looking at Gorecki, the gap to Thorne is now 18 seconds. He has just been slowly gaining and gaining and gaining and gaining. Looking at these GT4 lap times, He's
Down to
still
18.
faster than everybody. His last lap was a 34.0,
Wow.
and the next fastest LMP did a 35.0. He's a second faster.
Wow. And I think given his performance from what we've seen, you know, throughout the time that we've been here, I mean, that's no surprise from Gurecki. You know, he's been able to really just get everything out of that car and, you know, keep those laps not only quick, but consistent. And I
yes,
think that's going to
definitely.
pay dividends for him here. I remember just only a couple of laps ago, his gap was 19 seconds, and he's closed down now to 17 and a half. So a half a second since we've just been talking about it. As Milan
Now
goes
it's
around the
17.
outside of Gurecki.
Just
Wow.
gaining.
Down to
16.7.
16.
16.4.
He is just murdering the time. But, you know, as we said, that 15-second gap isn't necessarily a lot when you talk about races like this. And when you're talking about the tire ages and the driver differences, you know, you can close things like that up really, really fast. So, great performance from Gurecki here.
Yeah, really great performance. And also, you have to, on the other side of it, yes, he's a lot faster, but as we've seen, this track is so tight, you can catch someone very easily, but actually getting the move done is a very different question.
Yeah, you know what they say, catching is one thing, passing's a different story. So I think we're gonna see we're gonna have a whole different thing to talk about when Gurecki catches, and if he's able to make the move and pass. I think given his performance, I think he'll do well, but I don't wanna curse him, I don't wanna jinx anything. Just wanna see what he can do.
But looking at his pace, the couple of maybe minute or so we've been talking about him, he's dropped like 3 seconds.
Yeah, I mean he's
4
moving.
seconds, he's flying. As you see
He's
Pablo
moving.
coming into pits.
Coming into pits, presumably for a driver swap or those fresh tires to help out on the pace there. I mean, when they get hot and they get dirty like that, you know, you just start to struggle with them. It's really good to just switch them out, take a pit stop, and then go back out there and set your laps.
And Jawa's at this point, having just pitted 4 laps ago, trying to catch up to Josh Fulton, who's on 37 lap old tires.
And Big Dean Energy looks like he was coming off from an off track, maybe around the apex of the corner there, with another GT4, yeah, swinging around the outside. Still staying in the race here and doing what he can. As we now kind of shifted into this full night cycle, you know, we've got everybody running with the lights on, and we're in this different sort of mental stage of the race here where visibility can be a little bit limited. You know, some of those darker cars can be harder to see, and you know, it makes things like these two LMPs coming through the inside of Gurecki there, you know, things like simple passes like that can become very, very dangerous in a very short matter of time.
Oh, definitely, and we've seen it before today already.
Yeah, no lies. I believe that's Alan Barker there, with Wase moving behind him.
Yep.
Wase not on the same lap here, so Wase trying to get through, but you know, we've said it once, we've said it 1,000 times. He's not obliged to move over, you know. So
No, he is not, but looks like Wase got the move done. Yes.
yeah, it looks like he went down the inside of the straight there. Wase with a very good performance today as well. I mean, he's been a driver we've seen a lot of consistency from, you know, and a lot of quick laps as well.
Definitely. And as Josh Fulton pits, giving Jawa P3. Now we're following Big Dean Energy here. There's a little bit of space in front of him, 2 laps to the next car ahead, but 20 seconds to the car behind, so he's probably just trying to make sure to get those, as we've said 100 times already, good, clean, consistent laps.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like, is that Gurecki behind him? I'm not mistaken. Gurecki behind him, trying to move past him as well.
I think that's also going to be like what shows Gurecki skill and speed is how quickly he's like getting past his lap traffic, which
and that beautiful move around the outside
easy.
there, you know, just being able to do those things, not necessarily on those fresh tires, and then also keep that position, it's just been a beautiful performance from him.
It really has. Like, no matter what the position is, he can go home knowing that he was the fastest guy on track for most of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Gurecki definitely goes home with the trophy, either socially or from being on his class podium. Either way, doing very well.
I think it's a big gap, but I think it's still very possible.
Oh, I think it's absolutely possible. I mean, Gurecki's moving. We were just on board, and I've already forgotten. Just moved past Big Dean Energy, who.
But that's still 2 laps to Bot Lando.
That is 2 laps to Bot Lando, but I mean, with Gurecki's pace, we're seeing him get into this stage where he's able to bring those laps down, and I think that's sometimes a little bit of a bigger challenge than getting that 15-second gap down. Is he's able to unlap himself more than one time. I mean, that's a serious feat for a driver to have to handle.
Yes, well, he was like, what, 2 or 3 laps down at the start, so he's already made so much progress. It's just a little wide as he's trying to get past, I think that's Brankovic? Yeah, no, Bot Lando? Yes, Bot Lando.
Yes, Bot Lando. Yeah. And that'll be, that's not quite his lap leader, but that'll be close. You know.
That code. No,
was it that code?
I have a bad feeling this is exactly what we were seeing on lap 1 with Gurecki, phasing through cars. I really hope that'll fix itself out fast.
Yeah, that could be another internet issue for Gurecki. That'd be, devastating to see at this stage in the race, but
Really would be.
You guys ever had an hour-long conversation with your dad?
Welcome back.
Kiagoalski.
The 1 4-hour window where an hour-long phone call with your dad is probably not ideal. I'll do that happily any time. It's just, and I'm not gonna tell my dad, hey, sorry, I need to step away for a bit because I'm commentating Okayama. He doesn't even know. And I'm not even gonna.
If only we could tell your dad of Gurecki's greatness on track, which we've been following so closely.
If I had a nickel for every time a commentator has left me on my own in Okayama, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it's happened twice.
Oh man, like we said, we're looking for that consistency, so you like to see things like that.
Yeah.
Oh man, I mean, Kia, you're just coming back here. We've been a lot of the time. Oh, looked like Gurecki had a little bit of a slide there through that corner. He's really pushing. But we've been talking about Gurecki. I mean, he's a driver to look at for this endurance race. He's in the GT4 class. A lot of internet issues in the beginning of the race, but his team as a whole really has just put the laps down and been able to bring back a significant gap. I mean, what do you any comment on that?
I mean, we saw the pace he had at the start of the race. Of course, again, we did have those internet issues that forced him to have that driver swap and put Potato in the car. But right now, it looks like he has been showing the pace, and you guys look excited for his prospects. So, by association, I have to be excited for him too. I think this is base and unlapping him. Doesn't look like any internet problems there. But he is currently P14 overall, which should translate to P7 on track.
I think that's about right. Yeah.
Yeah, P7 on track, so.
And, just the thing is, looking at the last lap times, in this last lap, Gurecki did a 35.1. The next fastest GT4 is a 35.4. And most laps, it's been almost a second difference between the laps. He's been flying for the past almost 3 hours.
He's been doing really well, and we have Jawa in on the VM car here, who's been in for a significant amount of time at this point. They're going for these aggressive, shorter stints but faster laps on track. You wonder if a driver swap is imminent sometime soon, or if Jawa plans to take it to the end.
I think I have inside information that base has to go to work, so I think Java will be finishing this.
All right, well, we will like to see how that ends up panning out towards the end of the race. It's unfortunate to see the objectively best driver ever to exist leave for those lifely duties, but, you know, yeah, you have to you have to go, so that's understandable.
Potato also makes a good point that don't forget that Potato's the other half of that team. He did around an hour of pretty average laps.
Hey, I did correct. I said the team as a whole, and I think genuinely you do have to applaud Potato for being able to jump into the car like that in a situation like that and set those laps. You know, I mean,
definitely.
Without Potato, the team doesn't exist. So, you know, he's still integral no matter, you know, who's on track. You know, his piece that he's contributed is still significant. And it's the foundation of what's letting Gurecki, you know, set these laps. So he's done a really good job to give Gurecki the best situation here, and I think that's equally as outstanding as Gurecki's performance.
Yeah, I agree completely.
On board with Thorn here, another team. Oh, switched to Mexican, but Mexican Pablo. Thorn is one of those drivers. That team in general is another team that I'm really interested to see work on track. Mexican Pablo here looks like he's settled down a lot more from earlier. Like we've talked about it 1,000 times, of course, but that mental state of just being able to stay in and do those laps, he's done a really good job. And he has his head down. He's setting his laps, and he's driving his line.
That's all you can ask for. All right, I have a, you know, as is common in endurance nighttime commentary, I have a completely unrelated question to the race.
This is my favorite.
Which one of these GT4 cars would you want to own the most? Like, what's your favorite? Like, in real life, like, if you had the money to buy one and maintain it, which one of these GT4 cars would you get?
That's a great question. I think it would come down to maybe the livery for me at this point. They're all so good, but some of these liveries are golden. I mean, that Mustang is a solid choice for sure. That Golf livery,
Golf
but I
team livery, yeah.
think that
does look pretty clean.
Alpine is, you know, something so uncommon that I think I would just have to shoot on that.
Not a bad choice. Honestly, for me, I'd pick completely unrelated to the liveries. I think I'd pick the Aston. I am a stan of the Aston Vantage series, which I think the GT4 is one of them, and I love the body shape.
That's understandable. It's a very, very nice car. What about you, Kia?
I like the look of the Mustang. I've always been a big Mustang fan outside of racing, and I think that's just such a cool car. I think for the novelty factor, you don't really see that many Sins out there, if ever. To be honest, the first time I came across a Sin was in the sim in Assetto, so. But BMW, the M4. I'm not a big M4 guy, so can't really comment too much on that. But I think if Alpine, I tried it in AC Evo and it felt like an understeering piece of shit. So I'm not really gonna vouch, and it's also a French car, and we know what we think about that. So what does that leave us with? The Toyota Supra. I'm gonna make some enemies here today, but Supra overrated. Any generation overrated Supra. So I know if Chris is watching, he is absolutely hating on me right now. So I mean, I've only said one positive thing today, and that's been for the
Oof, this thorn goes a little bit wide.
for the Ford Mustang. So I will have to say, after a long-winded debate with myself,
Oh, what?
give me that Mustang.
Ooh, Thorn, a little bit of an off track there. And
Yeah.
some inside information from Potato here. Not sure how recent this is, but he says Kiagoalski is having technical issues reconnecting.
Ooh,
So
that is
could-
the leader of the GT3s, or GT4s, so that'll be a very disappointing for them if they can't reconnect.
Oh yeah, it seems like they were taking a long pit stop and he's having trouble reconnecting to get actually back into the car to come out. So that, I mean,
Well, it looks like he still has 30 seconds to do it because his pit's been 2:30 right now. That would be very unfortunate for them. Such a commanding lead for most of this race. We've barely even mentioned him, but that's because he's been leading for over 30 seconds for so much of it.
yeah, I mean, you know, even coming in here, the last gap recorded was 30 seconds to the closest car next to him, and we do talk about these big gaps closing, but that's quite a large one, and with the consistency he's had, you know, you don't expect to see that one necessarily drop down so quick, but...
Well, yeah, as we saw, he just crossed the 3-minute marker, which is the time to properly leave the pit lane. As we see side-by-side action with Big D and DB, I think.
Yeah,
Yep.
Dakota B there, fighting along with Big Dean Energy, as he's actually hasn't managed to completely pull away here. So Dakota still has his nose in this fight, and I can't tell. This does seem to be for position, no?
No.
It's not for position. Okay. Oh yeah, Big Dean is up higher.
I think
Yeah.
two laps ahead, I think.
But Dakota's still not giving up. He wants to, you know, he wants to stay on that lead lap, and he's doing everything he can to do that.
Definitely. And also some information from Base Cannon concerning his earlier stint that he was faster than everyone until he put on the wrong tires and PSI, and he blames that for why Milan got around him.
Ooh.
Does that excuse the racing conduct?
Well, you know,
I'm not going to answer that. That's for everyone to come to their own conclusion for.
I mean, when you see drivers who are as good as Base, you know, unfortunately get a mistake like that happen to them, you know, you can't help but, you know, if you were not a commentator and you were somebody who was allowed to be biased, you know, you can't help but feel a little bit bad and not blame them for anything. So,
Not allowed to be as I don't know.
but we do see Jawa here looking like he has about 52 seconds to Wasei, so we're on board with him. And I mean, I believe the swing of their pit stops before was a little bit over a minute, no? So it looks like a little bit of time has closed up here.
I think you're right.
We do still have Milan in the lead significantly, though, by a full lap. I mean, he's putting in a good performance.
He really is, but I still think they have one more long stop to do, so we'll really have to see how that turns out. I think. I'm not 100% sure, but rounding out there, it's the end of 3 hours. Great race so far, and I expect another hour of great racing.
This is the night stint number 2, heading over to 11 p.m. Looks like the field has spread out pretty evenly here, so we don't really expect that much action to come in.
But luckily, it looks like Swagolinski, while he lost a significant amount of time, he is back in the race, so that's always good to see. As he spun, maybe?
I'm not sure what happened to him there.
So Wase gets around the outside with a clean move.
Yeah, managing to not lose time to that GT4 class driver there, even with the incident. I mean, it's a nice clean move by Wase.
But yeah, that's this pit stop incident. We didn't make a big deal of it, but that's a lead change for the GT4s. But Lando now leading by a lap compared to Yassari in P2.
Well, yeah, that's a great swing in Botlando's favor there, and his next competitor gap at this at this moment right now is a full lap behind, as you said. So I mean, Botlando here looking to be in a really good position, you know, and we said it earlier, you know, it's not necessarily always about passing on pure pace. Sometimes you have to pass on the mistakes of the other drivers on track. LMP car going up the inside of Botlando there. But Botlando has stayed in the race, kept his mental strong, you know, and it's fallen into his hands. And I think, you know, that's what you have to do as an enduro driver. Is you just have to wait for the situation to arise, and then you have to capitalize off of that.
I'm looking right now on the live timing page. Can we get a look at Wase and Mylan? It looks like they're battling on track. Wase's trying to unlap himself. Yep.
Yeah, wow, here they are, Wase on the tail of Mylan here, and you know, I mean, honestly, the peak
They're
of the
fighting
night
for
still.
it.
Yeah. Wase trying to make it happen around the outside. Mylan just staying in front, but Wase keeps his nose in there. Oh,
was that contact?
yeah, they've made a little bit of contact there. Wase nudges past. Nobody spun off track, so that's good to see. But Mylan,
Wase's
down the
Wase's in
inside.
the wall. He's in the gravel and he's in the wall.
Wow,
Oh no!
so unfortunate for Wase.
and
Wase takes out Mexican Pablo.
In the final corner.
Oh, and you hate to see that for a driver like Mexican Pablo. I mean, he's not necessarily.
Oh. That GT4 almost hitting him.
Yeah, almost coming off the track there, but I mean, you hate to see that for a driver like Mexican Pablo, somebody who's not in that situation, you know, getting the short end of the stick after it. Wase spun off track and, you know, just trying to recover as best as he can. I mean, that was some close racing. It just didn't end very cleanly. Mylan keeping his lead. Wase now spun and is lapped with a significant gap now after that.
Yeah, Wase did not want that. That is very unfortunate for Wase there, as we see.
Yeah, it truly
One of
is.
the Alpines go wide.
As well for Wase, I mean, a spin of that nature, you know, those tires are going to be hot. They're going to have a lot of dirt on them, and this is going to be one of those opportunities for Jawa to close this gap and, you know, try to get himself into this fight for that P2, possibly that P1 if he can keep his pace up there with them.
Definitely. And Kia, while you were gone, we were discussing a little bit about strategy. And like the Techly VM car has done 6 pit stops this race, while Mylan's car has only done 2. A very significant difference in strategy.
I will give you an analogy. Once upon a time, Kiagoalski, a Kenyan, a German by the name of Sanf, and an Australian by the name of Hayden Fargo took on the daunting mountain that is Bathurst in a GT3 car. And not through outright pace and not through fighting, but through pure strategy genius, were we able to not only win that Bathurst race, and we lapped everyone in it as well. If you thought I was going to go through a commentary session without mentioning that, you're mistaken. But through we just managed to execute pit stops well, you know, timing the pit stops with our driver stops, helping save us a lot of time. And if you go back into the archives and see the caliber of drivers that we had on that day, oh boy, was it you know, it wasn't easy pickings, but we made it look like it, you know, took that entire lap on
As
the rest of the
the
field.
leader of the GT4s is pulling into the pits. This is going to give Yassarian a very good chance to get back onto this lead lap.
Yeah, absolutely. And
So,
we're going to be seeing the unfolding of that strategy that Kia's talking about.
Yeah, when during such races, of course, you can race and be fast and maybe have the half a tenth per lap gap that you can have on the car behind. But if you do the math right, if you plan your strategies right, you know, doing one less pit stop than the car behind and being able to maintain your speed gives you 25, 30 free seconds. Why would you not play that hand instead of having to do the difficult work of doing it on track, knowing very well that this race is on the super tight Okayama in a multi-class session? So, going into this race, yes, of course, you have to do that preparation, making sure you know your lines, you know how to race, you know how to have the pace. But it's all in the strategy, guys. And that's why these strategy teams get paid the amount of money they do.
I can't tell if that's a compliment or an insult, but I'm not. That's up for.
I mean, I think Kia brings up a good point. These strategists for these teams are paid very highly for what they do. And it clearly shows with some of these teams here and how they're able to capitalize off of that. So a round of applause for the strategy engineers.
How many long stops have these guys done? Milan, Wasei, Jawa, and Josh.
I think the thing is, I think the Milan team, I think they've only done one. They've done two pit stops total, but I think they've only done one long stop. I'm not 100% sure on that. If anyone in chat knows, please tell us. Also, Potato mentions a good point, Kiage, when you were mentioning Bathurst. Was that one of your dreams?
No, we won that. We lapped everyone as well. I'll send you the link for that. I don't know if the YouTube live stream is still up there, but if it is,
takes the lead. I think Botlando's doing a long stop, so Yassarian takes the GT4 lead.
Moves into the lead, and we still have Gurecki looking for, some glory here. Looks like his gap is only 15.8 seconds from
there was one LMP on track there.
Don't know who that was. Pablo? No.
Sure. Oh, and we have 3 LMPs in close proximity. One just slightly wide. Oh, we have somebody spun out in the middle of the track there.
J2, you're watching the Discord stream, right?
Yeah, I forgot I was on the YouTube stream. I realized I was far behind. I watched it. Dude, I was like, why is nobody talking about this? Really?
Was Wasei and Milan fighting again?
Back together.
Let's see if this time it ends more amicably.
Yeah, we'll see if they can keep it clean this time around. Wasei is definitely going to be thinking about the things that happened last time. Hopefully that translates into, racing decisions rather than contact between the two of them here. And this is an important battle for Wasei. If he's able to get in front of Milan here and hold a little bit of a gap, and Milan takes another long stop, that moves Wasei into the lead, significantly as well. So this is an important battle for Wasei here.
It looks like currently Wasei, considering he caught up after that first incident between the two drivers, he already caught up. In fact, he has more pace in the bag. So if he can get past Milan and create a gap, he can. As he said,
ooh, close contact. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you just know Wasei is looking for every opportunity, trying to put the pressure on Milan here. Milan so far not folding to it. Milan is doing nothing but looking ahead and is trying to keep this gap up to Wasei, attempting to break the toe here. We'll see what happens down into turn 1.
Especially with this traffic coming up as well.
Yeah, lots of lap traffic. Oh,
Milan looks up inside. They get the long side, but doesn't get the move done. Very close. Milan with a mistake there, but luckily is able to keep ahead. Another Bottlando here. Milan gets by
impact.
Oh no! Wasei having to avoid Bottlando.
Milan spun his ears in the exit for that. Wasei has the run.
Yeah, Wasei gets the slipstream. We'll see what they do down in this corner.
Milan is holding. Looks like he really wants the inside.
Flares out to the inside.
Brave enough? Does he do the switchback? Oh, Milan slows down so much in the apex of that, and Wasei can do nothing. He's not able to do the switchback maneuver that he attempted to try there, and Milan holds on.
While this isn't racing for position, both drivers are sure acting like it is. It's very nice to see here. We just passed the 3-hour mark, 3/4 of the way through this race, and drivers still fighting at it.
Oh,
Wase
Wase
goes
is into
into the
pits.
pits.
Wase in for the pits.
Is this
wow.
his last pit stop?
I don't know. On it. Yeah, you could probably make it to the end from here.
Yeah, he should
Yeah, I
be
would
able
assume so. He's been out for long.
They
I
do
think
have
we're-
hot tires as well. Josh did the 1 hour
That's
to
true.
the start.
That's true. I think so. Right about now, we're going to be seeing the final pit stops for all these teams,
And
seeing
given
the
how
strategy
long
actually works.
these pit stops take, which is Wase net P1? It looks like it. Sounds like
If,
it.
that's if
Not
that's
picked
if
up.
that's if Milan has a long stop.
Mm. I did
still aren't sure
leave
about.
this call with Milan as a driver. Now I don't know if they did swap back to Josh or not. To Ayush,
don't-
sorry.
I don't think they did. You can see here Milan trying to make his way around Mexican Pablo here. Got through cleanly. And we're looking. Jawa only has a 2-second gap to Wase right now. See Mexican Pablo go wide once again. And
Yeah,
it's not
Jawa's
quite a
gonna be-
battle. Sorry, it's not quite a battle yet, but keep an eye on the gap between Gorecki and Swagalinski. The person who's been the fastest guy on the GT4 class for a very large portion of this race, and the previous class leader in Swagalinski, who had that slow pit stop due to tech issues.
Yeah, if we can see those two drivers come together, I think we'll have a quite a battle on our hands there. Jawa is going to be looking to try and capitalize off of Wase's pit stop here, but Wase is going to be coming out on the fresh tires, and Jawa's been out for, you know,
25
quite some
laps.
time. Yeah, so we're going to see a little bit of a... If Jawa can catch up, we're going to see a very interesting battle here.
But already Wase's made another second. Wase's his pace is electric right now. Especially
Yeah.
if Milan has a long stop to go, I think he's one of the favorites to win this race.
Yeah, I think Wase has put himself in a really good position here to capitalize off of the pit stops of the other drivers. And like we were talking about that strategy, you know, it all just comes down to the timing of those pit stops, and they can really swing the favor of the race.
Definitely can.
Still in the peak of our night stint here, I'd like to now offer up my unrelated topic for the night stint time here. Blue cheese. Why would you eat cheese that has mold in it?
Bro,
Tastes good.
look, I am a regular
good.
enjoyer. I'm a regular enjoyer of chicken wings. And blue cheese as a side for some really like banging chicken wings. I get my chickens in from Papa John's, right? I get the 16 piece. If I'm feeling rich, I get 2 of those, but that's like the only time I do it that month. So 16 piece, and they give you 2 cups. So usually I get ranch, I get blue cheese, I get the garlic aioli, and the 4th one is usually whatever I'm feeling for that month. So okay, I'm gonna rank here. Ranch is the best, but blue cheese.
You
If
do
you
not
get the
understand.
flavors right, like, because it's a combination, you can't just take blue cheese if anything. But that the mold that's in there, like, it works, man. It just have to make sure you get the spices right, like the sauce, the hot sauce that you have on your wings. If it's good, and the combination can be like so good with the chicken wing and the blue cheese.
Well, also, if you think about it, all cheese is just some sort of mold. Like, there is not a cheese in the world that doesn't have like some amount of either bacteria or yeast or some other fungus in it, and that's what makes cheese cheese.
You
Also,
know,
you guys, I miss ranch so much. Here in Europe, it just doesn't exist.
you don't have ranch in Europe?
Wait, I thought that was like basic. What? No, you
No.
didn't. I'm sorry. I'm-
As also,
I-
the leader of the LMP is in the pits.
the
Going
leader,
back to
yeah.
Oh wow. Looks like they've swapped drivers. They're swapping to
Yep.
Garrido.
There's no ranch in Europe.
No, it sucks. When I had
What the hell?
American
'Cause-
friends,
I mean, I used to, when I first came to Canada, I used to be like hesitant because I was like, man, it's just white liquid. Like, how good could it be?
and yeah, it
And
looks
then-
like look at El Garrido already down in P3.
Because usually what I get is a P4.
Jawa
Before.
has taken the lead off of Wase as well.
Well, what's that?
Wait, was it pit?
Oh, he did pit. He did pit.
There's only a 7-second gap now. Wait, did Jawa also?
But Jawa, no, because Wase came out the pits and was
Oh,
pulling away from
yeah.
Jawa. So somewhere
Oh.
in here, Wase has passed Jawa for the lead of the LMPs here.
Jawa has passed Wase.
Or sorry, yeah, Jawa has passed Wase for the lead of the LMPs here. Wase on those fresher tires, but somewhere in here, Jawa's just been able to get past.
I think we might be, although Jawa's on 28 lap old tires. I don't think he's going to be able to finish the race on this still. I think he has to do a pit stop. Josh
I
Fulton as well on
would tend to
22 lap
agree with
old
you, yeah.
tires. I think this is going to be for Wase and El Garrido is going to be a sprint to the end.
Oh, a big dive bomb on the same on the Mustang. They are
Oh,
able to keep the car straight.
Oh,
but
man,
that
it's-
does mean
Swagolinski trying to avoid all of that as well. A little bit of contact there, and having El Garrido to move through all of this traffic that's going on there. Looks like Goshu just tried to go up the inside of Dakota and unfortunately couldn't make it stick. There's a little bit of contact in there. Switching
Goshu
back now
tries
down
to
the
get-
inside.
Past Dakota and looks like he got the move done.
Yeah, and it looks like no, these two aren't for position. Are they? Yeah, they are. They're swapping for position right now.
Yeah. Crazy.
Crazy. I was crazy once.
Oh. Okay, but yeah, it's very unfortunate. Ranch doesn't exist here, and when I had American friends come over here, they brought the dry ranch powder packets, and that was a very necessary thing for me. Like it saved me.
While I respect your guys' opinions, I will say that Project Purple in chat did kind of dog on you guys for eating blue cheese, which I tend to agree with as well.
No. I think it tastes good. Not like any blue cheese, but like a good blue cheese. Like with any type of cheese, there are bad types of the same type of cheese. You can have bad, and you can have good.
they don't have spicy mayo. Who doesn't have spicy mayo? Big Dean energy. Hold on. Yeah, there's no weed legal and no ranch legal in Estonia, so it's
It's
just.
not that ranch is illegal; it just doesn't exist.
Yes.
And,
I wonder why.
And
It's just like we have to protect our population. Ranch is a vice.
and also, well, weed may be illegal. Definitely not speaking from personal experience, because I would never do anything illegal. Doesn't stop
Well-
anyone.
Just a slight
if
Google. I
you
can't
had
confirm
to-
ranch is illegal in Estonia. Yeah, I did.
You,
just
you
Google
had
that.
to get your friends to bring you dry ranch powder so that you could cope living in Estonia.
Oh,
I think
yes.
it's
Dry ranch powder packed into a nice tight wrap of some glad wrap. And, as we
So
see,
they had to wrap the powder in saran wrap and eat it before the flight. Just hey man, you have this case of white powder in your stomach. Do you mind explaining yourself? Yeah, I have a friend in Estonia.
oh
Who really
no.
this is ranch.
Oh man.
Oh man, I really feel like chicken wings right now. Yeah, I hate. Why did you bring this topic up? Because I do not have money for chicken wings right now. We will open up a donation link. We are contributing to the chickens for Kia.
I just got word that the winner
Wings for
of the
Kia.
enduro race in each respective class will be getting one care package of Dave's hot chicken sent to their house. And we can't confirm that that's going to be with ranch and not blue cheese.
Unless we're supposed to live in Estonia.
Yeah, unless you're in Estonia, then you get the blue cheese because ranch is illegal. As we're on board with Swagolinski here, who just dropped into the pits. That'll put Gurecki in front of him now. He was holding a solid 7-second gap, but is now moved up.
Yeah, Kia, remember at the start of the race when we were saying anything is possible? That's Gurecki in the podium positions. They've done all their long stops.
Gurecki is back in business. Now, does he have the tires? Will he be able to last the last 48 minutes here as Jawa pushes him off track or scares him off track?
Look more like a scare.
Gurecki passing Swagolinski, who is in the pits, and wow, that does mean, depending on what Yusurian and Botlando will be doing with the rest of the race, it is a four-way fight for the 3 podium positions in the GT4.
Though, I'm noticing Gurecki's on 30-lap old tires. He's going to have to do a pit stop.
He is.
But I don't think, it depends, I think, if Swagolinski's pit stop is a normal one or a long one.
I mean, it's crucial for Gurecki right now to really be putting in these very fast laps, and that's kind of this part of racing that's very tedious. Is he needs to be putting in these banger laps now with these older tires. You know, it's imperative for him to try and stay in front of Swagolinski here, and to try and boost himself up to go fight with Botlando and Yusurian for, you know, second or first position of the race. But where he stands at this exact second, he's on the podium, which, I mean, given his race in the early stages, is just an insane recovery. He's able to swap in Potato to put in the laps for him and then take over from there, and he's done a great job. The team as a whole has done a really great job.
Yeah, I think Swagolinski is doing a long pit stop because I do not see him in the live timings right now, so I think he has left the server to do the drive swap.
Yeah, I think you may be
For
right.
himself, he's doing it solo, but
Yeah. I mean, this gap to Jawa here from Wasei is roughly around 8 seconds, which I think is. Am I
Jawa will have to make a pit stop because he's on 33-lap old tires.
That's true. So Wasei looking to just keep it close.
I think the current net P1 and P2 are Wasei and El Garrido.
It's going to be a close battle between the two of those, and you know, they've had some scuffles on track with Milan and Wasei. We'll see how Garrido and Wasei come together, you know, towards the end of the race, and who comes out on top.
According to Potato, Swag has quit, annoyed with server problems.
Wow. Okay. Well,
That is-
that's unfortunate for them, but that's you know, that's good for Gurecki. That's
real good.
That's a podium position for Gurecki. I'd say, given
Now he
his
has
gap
like
and his pace.
two laps back to Patchy, I think, something like that. So
Yeah, I mean, Patchy's gap
safe.
is. Yeah, he's got a significant gap. So I think at this point, Gurecki is more focused on what can he do to boost his position from third. But he's looking at a very good podium spot here.
He really is. Yeah, Wasei closing that gap down to Jawa. Last time we checked, it was 8, and now it's almost 6.
Yeah, about 6.5 there.
I
And
have a feeling
anything
that
he
Jawa...
can.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. No, you're good.
I was going to say that I think Jawa's tires might be falling a little bit off, and he might be considering his final pit stop soon.
Yeah, absolutely. And anything Wasei can do to, you know, get as close and as he can for when Jawa goes to pit is still a gap from a competitor that he wants to have, you know. So he's still going to be out here trying to set his fast laps and maintain this gap, you know, on track right now directly against Jawa, but also, you know, virtually from Garrido as well. I mean, not only is he trying to catch the lead, he wants to be pulling away from Josh, you know. It's imperative that he keeps that gap high so that when Garrido does come into play with Josh, you know, even if he gets past, the gap to Wasei is significant.
For sure.
A little bit of speculation for you boys here. So, I mean, we've been talking about Gurecki a lot. You know, he's had an electric performance. But as we see, I mean, Bot Lando currently is a full second from, or sorry, a full minute. My apologies, a full minute from Yossarian here. If Gurecki makes the move to Bot Lando, do you think he had? Oh, his Maple catches a little bit of that curb, almost spins, but does a nice recovery. Do you think Gurecki has what it takes to go get Yossarian, or do you think he may be stuck into P2 just given the gap?
I think the only thing stopping Gurecki right now is his internet service provider.
Yeah, I'm looking at the how old their tires are. Yossarian's tires are 18 laps old, Botlando's are 11, and Gurecki's are 33. So I think Gurecki, I'm not sure if Yossarian and Botlando can make it to the end, but I think Gurecki definitely cannot.
It may be a strategy for Gurecki here to pit earlier, come in for an undercut of some sort, you know, and try to get some type of strategy overlap or difference to the front runner zone.
The yellow banana of the
And it looks like Wasei
Alan
has now
Barker.
passed Jawa there as well for the LMPs.
The ARC Bratislava. Bratislava, isn't that Slovenian or something?
I think so.
Let me brush up on my Football Manager / Euro Truck Simulator Europe knowledge. Yeah, Bratislava is the capital city of Slovakia. My bad. Slovakia, Slovenia, Serbia, they're all the same. I'm sure that's not a dangerous statement to make. All the same countries.
One more speed is what I said. Yep, there it is. Thank you. As we see, Jawa is taking the pit stop. Wasei has taken the lead of this race.
Wow.
And he's going to the end on that. But
Yeah.
according to Potato here, El Garrido and Milan lost a lap for their last long pit stop because they did not cross the finish line.
Wow.
That's why they dropped
that
way further
is
than we were expecting.
quite unfortunate there, because that could have put them right there with Jawa for the final position on the podium.
I think that would have put them close to the lead to fight with Wasei.
2 minutes. I mean, one lap
No,
around
that's
here
true.
is
Also,
1
the
minute
45
35 seconds, 20 something seconds for the P3. Sorry, for the LMP3. So
Yeah,
that
maybe
could have
not.
had them in the fight for the podium. But right now, the way things are shaping up, it is Wasei, Fulton, Jawa locking out the podium positions with some healthy gaps as well. While in the GT4 class, we do have Yossarian, Botlanda, and Gurecki. Although on that front, we do maybe not expect, but don't be surprised to see some changes as we round down on the final 40 minutes of this race here in Okayama as we head into the day one more time.
We're welcoming into the commentary booth Big Dean Energy. Welcome. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Hello.
Hello there.
Hello,
That
Big
we
Dean.
don't have any audio coming from behind me here, so welcome. Yes, thanks for having me here. Good to see we have Rev right on screen. This is our battle that we've been leading up to 4 hours with, so it'll be very interesting.
Yeah, and Big Dean, we saw you out there on track. You know what I mean? You were putting in your stints, getting that nice consistent lap time. How'd you feel about how your stint went?
It's we were on pace on what we were aiming for. We coming in, we were looking to hit 136s, 137s for most of the race and just stay consistent. And for the most part we've done that. We've had a couple of smaller incidents, a couple of LMP guys, and a couple of incidents with other GT4s. So not as the worst thing that we've had so far, but definitely trying just to stay nice and clean, and worked out okay. We started, I think, second last, and we are an incident away from being on the podium. So not too shabby for this race.
Yeah, and I see you guys are fighting Rev for that position right now. It's
Yep.
only about a second behind.
Yeah, this has been working up all race. We've been with Rev, and we were with Goshu earlier. I'm not too sure what happened there. They were kind of with us, and then they fell off from the pack. But we've been managing this gap with Rev, and we're confident we're going to be able to hold off. We've got the tire and the fuel advantage here, and with some of this lapping traffic, you never know what's going to happen. It can really slow somebody down on a lap or two. So hope that everything worked out, and overall we're satisfied no matter what. This has been both of our best endurance races that we've had, our best finishes. So no matter what happens, we're happy, but we are definitely going to try and hold off Rev here for that bragging right and one step off of the podium.
That's great to hear. But speaking of lap traffic, a lot of the time we talk about it in the context of LMP cars passing the slower cars. But how is it as the GT4? How does the LMP traffic affect you?
For me, I like to try, especially with these guys here. The LMPs have been really good this race. For the most part, they've been very predictable and have taken the nice predictable line that they've been given. Usually for me, I normally am an LMP driver, so being in the GTs, just trying to use them a little bit to block out and using their lines to try and follow through to pass guys if you are struggling. It is something you just want to look for, following behind them. So it's always just kind of a guessing game. I try to time it up as much as possible that you are accelerating out of the corner at the same time, and then you can really follow them through. And it has helped us take a couple of positions in those hairpin turns when a GT4 driver jumps out of the way and leaves a nice open door for you to follow through.
Yeah, completely understandable.
There's some really just some really nice insight from you there, Big Dean. I mean, you guys have had quite a good race. You know what I mean? Like you said, you've been quite consistent, and you're in this battle now with Rev, hoping to stay ahead here. Earlier we did have a conversation about blue cheese. I was wondering if we could get your opinion on that. Yes or no for the moldy cheese?
That is a very big no.
Civilized man.
Yeah, we'll keep it at that. But there are very few things worse than that in this world. Is where I end up on it. So if I wanted moldy things in my mouth, put me into an insane asylum. Is all I'm going to say.
Well, Big Dean Energy, you quickly moved your way to my favorite driver on the grid. I'm not biased though. It just actually wise.
Just a coincidence, right?
Well, thanks for the interview, and you should get back to coaching your driver, considering Rev is pretty close now. All right,
I will head back. Thanks so much.
Absolutely. Good luck, Big Dean. Yeah, an electric man to have into the booth.
I have an update from Potato here. They're going to consider the Yosh Garrido a lap ahead of where they are. They're going to add a lap, which means currently they are actually... Let me see here. That's Josh Fulton who's gone. That was Josh Fulton.
Oh wow!
Which is for El Garrido is really good, considering he's only.
Oh, and he's off. He's
off again. And I think El Garrido is going to get past here. That's El Garrido into second place.
Yeah, El Garrido moves past Josh Fulton. Wow. An unfortunate moment for Josh Fulton there, just trying to recover after his initial spin in the dirt and the tires and the heat in the tires as well. Just make it so tricky to go into that next corner. Of course, you want to be pushing as hard as you can, and his tires are, you know, a far way away from brand new as well. So.
And then currently for that, the updated standings with El Garrido a lap ahead of where he's showing on the leaderboards. He is currently roughly half a lap behind Wase.
Gotcha. Wow. So it is going to be quite a close battle here. I know we talked about Wase trying to build that gap so that when El Garrido did come up to Josh Fulton, you know, even if he was passed, the gap would be more minimal. But with that incident from Josh Fulton, it makes that pass that much easier for El Garrido to come up. And, you know, that keeps you away from, you know, using the tires and, you know, spending your energy on trying to pass when now El Garrido can just simply lap and try to catch Wase rather than fighting to catch Wase.
Another factor is Josh is on 35 lap old tires. I don't know if he's trying to bring this set of mediums to the end. I doubt they can make it, but if he really tries to extend them, maybe.
It would be quite a feat, but I wouldn't be surprised to take a pit stop at this stage of the race. You know, it's getting towards the end here. You would not have a lot of time to make that back up.
No, and as predicted, Josh is pitting this lap.
There you go.
And also the fabled Gurecki pit stop is also happening.
As he comes in here, it looks like Gurecki is going to slot himself into a guaranteed P3. We'll see what he can do to try and catch for a P2 in his class. It would be a feat for him, but we've seen him do incredible things on track today.
We really have. Yeah, it looks like now Lando got the lap on him, but still a podium position from where this race started for them is incredible work if they can keep it.
Yeah, absolutely. Gurecki's been electric. I mean, one of the drivers here who you can see it even as we follow him now, that car is on the limit when he's in that car. You know, he's pushing, he's getting everything he can out of those tires and out of the track and all of that. He's just doing an outstanding job. So, I mean, applause to him for just being able to hold it on the limit for so long and remain largely incident-free, you know?
Yeah, for sure. And also looking at the battle for the LMP lead, in this last lap, Wase did 25-0, but El Garrido did a 23-5. Wow. With only a maybe, I'd say 20 to 40 second gap, somewhere in that range. It could come down to the wire. If Wase makes a mistake or two, that's very possible that El Garrido can still try and win this race. Coming up to the last half hour. Thank you everyone in the stream who's been watching, sticking with us for these 3.5 hours. It's been great to have you. It's been great to commentate.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a great time. You know, I understand the vibes in general may have gone down a little bit when Base Cannon had to leave. But you know, I think
that's just you, I think.
Well, as the expert, I feel, you know.
As a what? Hold on, gang.
Listen.
Well, when I brought dudes into this.
No, you did not just call yourself an expert.
To be fair, this one's on me. When I pulled him into the stream, I called him our expert analyst, and I think that might.
I can't believe you let that get into his head, mate. That is the last thing, Jade.
Listen. You know, you don't get to positions of greatness like where I am without work and dedication.
Nah, I know this guy. Look, I have played Rocket League with this guy. He's not an expert in anything, bro.
This is all I'm gonna say. And this is a little bit disconnected from our enduro here, but later this weekend, Kia is gonna see just how much of an expert I am. Not even necessarily on track, but he will find out. And that's what I'll leave it at.
And Kia, you're gonna hate when I say this. I know what he's talking about.
Oh, what the hell's going on? Hold on.
Nothing. But I do need you to take care of those off-track duties that I've assigned to you to make it perfect. If you could, when we're done. back to the race here. We're on board with Wase, having an absolutely electric drive right now. Was one of the few drivers here who's ran this race by himself. I mean, you've really got to give it to Wase here. He has been just doing an outstanding job of being, consistent, fast, and mentally, in this race.
He's had that incident with Milan. He was hit by, I think, one of the GT4s earlier on. He's just been an incident happens, he forgets it instantly, and he's right back on the pace. A really, really good race driven by him.
Yeah, and as somebody who's driven with Wase on track in different series, I can personally attest to, I mean, the aura that Wase carries with him when he's on track. Truly, I mean, he is one heck of a driver to drive around, and he's a tough cookie out there on track.
He really is.
Do you rank up from Silver 3? Is that one?
Yeah.
Good. This threat. I'm so sorry for doing this on stream, but now I'm scared. I'm terrified. Anyways, back to the race. I do not know why Swagulinski is 6 laps down on DB.
He rage quit.
Yeah, rage quit DC.
What? Really? Why?
Apparently some sort of network issues.
Yeah.
Or like server issues. Potato wasn't very specific. Yeah, Potato's right in the chat. Garrido's catching Wase.
I mean, it's very true.
It'll be, I think it won't be enough time. It's still quite a bit of the lap. So we can see Garrido here going up to turn 4, while Wase is already in that end of the lap complex. Now joining us, we have another expert analyst by the name of Chloroform.
I am more expert than J2 will ever be.
Well,
no, hold on. It's unhinged hour. You guys gotta understand. This man in the F4 races runs out of fuel. He is not an expert.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
I think we're having difficulties with the stream here. Speed bump, if you could take him out of here. I think it's just straight up. You know what, Chloroform? I'll give you the same.
Doesn't want to get exposed. It's really that simple.
The same spiel that I gave Kiz. You're gonna find some things out this weekend. All I'm gonna say is I'm gonna expose the truth. Oh man.
The 2 expert analysts, their opinions are equally valid. We will never know who's right.
Yeah, dude. Thank you, Talltech. Like I said, I think me and Chris could have both been here through dedication and work, so.
One of these experts' opinion is objectively correct, and the other is wrong. It's really that simple.
Yeah, I mean, Chris, you don't have to talk down about yourself like that, I think your opinion is just as correct as mine at all times.
That's crazy.
Also, just noticing, Josh Fulton is really pulling that gap into Jawa.
Yeah, he's within 10 seconds.
It was
just like the fastest lap just now.
I think you're right. He just did a 22.764, the fastest lap of this race with just 25 minutes to go.
Wow.
This is, I think you might catch him.
I think this is the best race I've ever seen Josh do, pace-wise.
Oh, yes, Josh has been insanely quick, and he's also doing it alone, which is very commendable.
I think we have to make him turn his camera on. Make sure that... Okay, now I'm just being rude. But I do trust that this is Josh. I know, I like to think that I know him. I hope he knows who I am. But, he's showing some really good pace today, and, if I was a fellow racer on the track today, I'd take that as a threat. for the next races to come up, because we know the races that the Triple R regularly hosts. They have the GT3, they have the MX5, they have damn, they have a lot of stuff. They have a lot of stuff.
Ran out of things to say. It's crazy.
Etc.
Yeah, they're always racing Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays, so 4 days a week. Whether you're in the EU or you're in NA, you know there's something for everyone. And yeah, seeing Josh's pace today, yeah, they have the time trial hill climbs. That's why I couldn't place it well. So yeah, if you're interested in racing drivers of the likes of Jawa, of the likes of Josh, of the likes of Ayosh, you know, Maple, Butlando, regulars in this server, Rev174, Pachi, just off the top of my head, you know, we've seen some very clean racing. Of course, there have been the occasional missteps or two, but nothing intentional, you know. Ultimately, for a server based on rookies finding their way in sim racing, it has been super commendable here. And as a watching Garito here, did we say that he's gaining his lap back, or did that already happen?
No, I understood from Potato. Correct me in the chat if I'm wrong. After the race, the lap will be given back, and so on my live timing screen here, I have both him and Wase highlighted, and there's still a solid 20-second gap at least.
So it looks like
Like for instance,
Garito.
if we can select El Garito right
Josh
now.
Fulton with another fastest lap is that 22.750.
Yeah, Josh is flying.
Absolutely flying right now.
See,
2 seconds down from that 2
Wase's
second
crossing
gap.
the line now, and so you can see the reference, like Garito's there in the lap where he was.
Well, say just did a 124.29. No, that's
Six,
Josh
no.
Garito who did a
Yeah.
293. Wasi just did a 24.616. Jawa with the 23.994, and Josh in the 22s here.
There's only a 7-second gap. This is going to be a very exciting end of this race for the fight for P3.
Yeah,
Josh versus Jawa, and there's a Spawn Banana LMP3 right in front of them.
That was I'm too slick for you, but luckily he didn't get tagged. That would have
Seems
been
like
devastating.
The track was a little bit too slick for him at that instance.
We also do see another purple lap, this time in the GT4's Butlando. It looks like setting the 135.739. Nope, it is not. I got lied to by the colors. You're sorry here.
It's a new personal best for Butlando, though.
Oh, it's a new personal best. Okay, that makes sense. Because we do see here that Yasarian in the BMW there has a 134.816 as his best lap. Gorecki has a 134.006, and Sogolinski before he left did a 34.9. Rev 174 did the 35.3 as his best lap. Pachi had a 36.6. Oh. Goshu had a 35.6, and DB had a 36.3. So certainly it looks like Gorecki has had the most pace out of everyone here today, but got some tough luck with how the race has played out, obviously. But we will go back to Josh, as he's still setting those super fast lap times. Right now, his predicted lap is at 22.9.
5-second gap.
Really turning up the wick right now.
He really is. He's
Yeah,
definitely
since
going to catch Jawa, but as we've said so many times today, catching is one thing, overtaking is a completely different.
Josh Fulton setting the fastest sector 1 so far of his current lap.
Just another 22.8. He is banging these fast laps.
Absolutely, and the way he's been able to pass through the GT4 traffic as he's been going as well has been not only clean, but at a minimal loss to him. As I mean, we can tell he's setting these consistently fast laps. I mean, it's a good period of the race for Josh, and I think he's really trying to look ahead to Jawa. I mean, like we said, we know he's going to catch him. But it's what can he do when he gets there?
Looking
I
at
will
the
say, judging on how he's been able to put in these fast laps, it kind of leads me to believe that he's been running heavy for most of the race up until this moment, and he's running lighter on fuel than everybody else.
very possible. His gap's already down to almost 3 seconds. He is just absolutely flying. Oh my god. Jawa is going to have a huge amount of pressure to defend for these last 20 minutes. Oh, but no!
It's a
Josh
spin
One!
for Josh.
Spinning out.
No.
Oh, and the recovery is rough
Oh,
as well.
Oh no, he was so fast.
The commentator's curse strikes again. Josh Holden spinning out behind one of the GT4s. I imagine just a little bit of that dirty air, just a little bit too excited to get on the gas there. Caught him in a spin. I mean, he dropped that gap straight down to 3 seconds once we picked him up. That was down from 10. And it seems like at this point he's upped himself back up to 10. He's definitely going to have to be careful.
I think he can still catch.
I think there's plenty of time for Josh Fulton to come back and catch. Is that confidence hurt? Are those tires too hot, too dirty for, you know, him to stay consistent and clean? But we did see an electric stint from him. Let's see if he can do it again.
Also, as a reminder, he has 6 lap fresher tires than Jawa does.
Yeah, his best bet might be to just let the tires cool down, reset, and then get back to it.
I don't know how much time he has to let them cool down, though. There's only 17 minutes left here.
Doing well to pass the GT4 a little bit cleaner that time. Just exploding on the straight there. You can see him really bringing the car out for everything it's got.
Well, at this point, he doesn't have much to lose fighting for P3 here. Considering P5 is just so far back that he can really just... The only thing he has to gain is to get that podium position. Chris, blue cheese or no?
Absolutely not.
Nasty.
A lot of base people coming through the stream these days.
A lot of wrong people. But yeah, already on this last lap, Josh is 23.6 versus Jawa's 24.3.
Yeah, and he's chopped about 6/10 off of his reset time after the spin there. He's at about a 10.1, and he's down to about a 9.5, 9.6 now. Definitely going to be something to watch him come up there. We're just going to have to see if he can navigate through the GT4 traffic. Well, he's caught the Mustang on the straight. That shouldn't be a problem, but we don't know what lies ahead quite.
No, we do not. And J2, as you know very well, you know, sometimes there's issues with choosing fuel loads, especially at the end of a race.
Yeah, I mean, and this is where I think some of my expert analysis comes in. You know, I did a lot of fuel study for many years. And, you know, I think, I'm not sure exactly who said it. It was probably Ayrton Senna, you know, who said, if you don't go over the limit, and, you know, if you don't go over the limit, how are you going to know where the limit is? And I think the same thing with the fuel. If you don't underfuel, how do you know how much to put in? There's really no way to know exactly with how perfect you can be.
A lot about underfueling.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great strategy, as long as you just add some before the very end of the race. I don't think anybody here is gonna struggle with these things, but it's a fickle friend, the fuel is.
Well, you're right. You're the expert, and this is real rookie racing, so they're rookies, so they don't know how to underfuel like you.
Oh, Josh with a massive lockup.
Josh, no!
Josh, come on, Josh.
Oh, and the spin off the curb. Oh, no.
Just sloppy.
Yeah, these
Josh is
mistakes are
just
hindering Josh's progress.
Pushing a bit too hard.
We're commentators cursing Josh too hard.
Yeah.
No, I want to commentators cast Wasi. Hello.
Wase has had an electric stint. Man, on to Jawa now. I mean, Josh has opened that gap all the way back up to 18 seconds. I think he still has the chance to close it, but I think at this point...
It'll need a Jawa mistake.
It'll need a Jawa mistake, or it'll need something special coming out of
The
Josh
commentators
Fulton
curse you.
Yeah. I could
Stayed
go on
Josh
and on
too
about
long.
Jawa.
We ruined it.
Oh, man. I mean, but you have to wonder about Jawa's physical condition. You know, we did have Base Cannon, you know, have to leave us earlier in the race here, so it's been on Jawa for, I mean, a significant part of this race, and he's been having to be locked in and consistent and calm, you know, this entire time, and so far he has been, but we're getting towards the end of the race here, you know, as we can see, like, your mental can slip, your physical fatigue starts to catch up with you, and anything can happen at any time.
Well, that's where Jawa has an advantage over Josh and Wase. He's at a base, was able to do a significant portion of the race, and so he's a lot fresher than Wase and Josh, who've been driving for the past 5 or so hours, if you include quality practice.
That's very true. That's very true. What is our gap for Garito to Wase?
Still about half a lap. He's gained a little bit, but not significant.
He's still technically P2, no? Because he's getting the lap
Yes.
back.
Yeah. Garito's in P2, but I'm talking about the gap to Wase. It's still about... no, it's less than it was before, but still, unless Wase makes a significant mistake, he has the win locked in. But yeah, here, Jawa getting rewarded for his efforts with podium position, unless he makes significant mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, and we've talked about it the entire race, you know, and it'll basically be a copy paste for anybody who's been here for a little bit, but it's not always about your just straight outright pace, you know. Sometimes capitalizing on the mistakes of other drivers or staying consistent and waiting for the mistake of a driver behind you can put the race into your hands one way or the other.
And also with, for instance, Wase, with when he has incidents, he recovered from them very cleanly and just ignored them, basically. Compared to, like, for instance, Swagulence had great pace. He was leading by 30 seconds for a while, but one server issue and then he gave up.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Wase's been one of those drivers that we've seen, you know, coming out of incidents, you know, not spinning the rear tires, re-entering the track very, as Josh goes a little bit wide there, re-entering the track very smoothly, careful to not be in the way of anybody and also not spin himself out coming back through the next couple of corners. We've seen a couple of drivers do that. And I think it's that mental resilience and, you know, that just straight consistency from Wase that's really helped him out this race as we get towards the closing stages. And I also... Sorry, I was just going to say, I also remember just a mere, you know, couple of hours ago, when I entered this stream, I also, you know, I said, you know, Wase is the best driver on this track, and, you know, as an expert, I'm ready to root for him if he's going to win, you know, unbiasedly.
Just blazing base, like...
I'm not sure who Base Cannon is. I don't think he's on track right now. But if you want to send me like a link to some of his driving, I'd love to see it after.
Pulling a me. But yeah, Josh is still flying. He's already gained another 2 seconds to Jawa, but I don't think it'll be quite enough. 10 minutes left.
I think he just overdriven the car too much, despite his excellent pace.
Yeah, we have Patchy here, who at one point were ahead of the number 16 Alpine, but looks like at some point they dropped behind. I didn't catch why that actually happened, but unfortunate for them as they were looking for that P4 finish.
Yeah, we spoke to Big Dean Energy earlier, and he was looking quite optimistic. It's unfortunate they've fallen behind at this point, but I mean, Rev, you know, just taking advantage of whatever situation may have occurred and kept pushing, and now he's ahead.
Yeah, and we're looking at Goretzky. We've talked about him a lot, but I don't think it's still not enough because he's just had such amazing pace, such consistency, and honestly resilience from that really, really tough start.
Yeah, there were been some commentators who, you know, maybe sleep on the way that the Supra is around the track, but we can obviously see Gorecki, you know, is able to extract something out of it that just some people have not been able to do. We have Goshu off track.
Spun around. Garrido, the gap between Garrido and Wasey is just about as it was, just about, I'd say 20 to 30 seconds. Hasn't changed much.
Yeah, rapidly losing time to catch up to Wasey here, because like we've said a million times, once he gets there, he's going to have to pass him as well. So if he's got any pace in the bag, it's about time to use it. But I think Wasey has really brought the end of the race to himself. Yeah, I agree. I agree. And a word from our sponsor, Nestle.
Nope.
No? Oh, that's not this week, sorry.
But if we are doing shout-outs to Potato. Thank you for organizing such a great event. You put a lot of work into it, and it's been awesome to cast this with my great co-commentators and expert analysts. Thank you, Speed Bump, for organizing all the technology behind this stream, and for doing some of the camera work, and for surviving my terrible solo commentary.
I agree. I think you did a great job, Talltech, and I, like you said, I thank Potato for, you know, me being able to put on an event like this that's ran, I mean, exceptionally smooth, you know, and as well as Speed Bump for being able to get us with the infrastructure around, you know, the actual stream itself. Again, also been exceptionally smooth, and yeah, it's just been a really good time to commentate with my friend, Talltech, and then my coworker Kiagoalski and Chloroform. Well, we're business colleagues.
Hey, bro,
so...
do I just not exist? Okay.
And then my
cool.
No, okay. Well, if
cool,
Talltech wants to switch, wants to switch, my friend Kiagoalski and my co-commentator Talltech.
Oh yeah,
Speed Bump,
yeah.
And Chloroform. I find it weird that I'm siding with Kia right now, but
J2 and Talltech are my ops.
Oh, Chris, you'll find out.
Maple's in the pits.
Oh, late pit stop for Maple.
I think he might have pulled a J2.
Oh, I'm not sure exactly what you're trying to say with that, but I would hope that he did not possibly maybe underfuel. That's just my educated guess, not from what you said though.
Our expert on underfueling.
Yeah, that's he's an expert.
I feel like I'm just an expert on how to get enough fuel to do most of the race, is how I would put it.
Do you want help on 98% of the race?
That's 98% of the way there. The final 2%, that's up to you.
Well, I'm an expert. I'm not God. So I can't drive it. I can lead you to water. But I can't make you guys drink. Okay.
He can lead us 98% of the way to water.
That last 2% is all on you.
It's all on you, man. Oh man, just know, basically for our listeners out there, if J2 Quick gives you a race setup, add like 5-6 more liters of fuel than he has in that setup.
Just not true.
Just do your own fuel.
This is true. I have had to calculate fuel for J2 in the F4 season we've done at Venus Motorsport. And,
okay, you know what? Max Verstappen doesn't know how many liters of fuel he needs to win the race either. All right, they do it for him. So, in a way, I'm closer to Max Verstappen.
This guy. Great race from Gorecki. A very, very deserved podium.
Absolutely.
He's made it to the podium?
Verstappen, the GT4.
Yeah, he's in P3.
Oh, I was counting Maple. My bad.
Maple's yeah, he's an LMP.
Different class, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he has a Gurecki is 2 laps ahead of P4, and he's and just incredible pace. I don't know what else to say. We've said all the
think
platitudes
for
already.
this race, I will say one thing about the drivers we have had today. I find it quite surprising that we have had more incidents within the same class than we have had between two classes,
Yeah.
which to me
That
has
is
been
true.
wild. Because especially the GT4s have been going crazy with each other. I don't know how many pit maneuvers I've seen today, but it's more than one hand, you know. And the LMP3s maybe a bit of inconsistency there, but they've been fairly clean, which we can always thank from the top class in a race here today in Okayama. As we take a brief look at Maple, he has been in the pit lane for 18 minutes.
I think he's retired.
Yeah.
He's not in the server anymore. I'm looking on the dive timings.
Oh no.
No idea. Very unfortunate for him.
I'll leave it on autocam.
Coming up with only 2 minutes left in this race. It's been a really, really good one. It's especially in the LMPs, the top couple have been pretty much the same, but in the GT4s, it's really been a complete toss-up, really. Yassarian taking that number 14 BMW very well. With he has a solid minute gap behind him, and so if all things go as planned, he'll take a very deserved win.
Yeah, not a driver we've seen a lot of, but mostly just because he's been, just so definitively in the lead, and that's what you like to see as an endurance driver, no challenge or towards him or anything like that. Yassarian has had this win bagged for quite a while now.
It's true.
Yellow steering wheel.
Yellow steering wheel.
As we're rounding out on the final minute of this race, we will go back to Wasei Anjum, who is now crossing the white flag here in the Okayama prefecture. In the circuit, Okayama, it has been quite the eventful race. Wasei did not start on pole, did not lead for most of the start of the race, but as he is approaching turn 4 for the final time, it has been a race of strategic genius. It has been a race of pure pace, and it has been a race of the bit of luck that you need from endurance racing. Wasei has driven quite the admirable drive that he has here today. We know the man of talent that he is. He has done this on his own with no outside help whatsoever as he navigates the hilly sections of the end of Sector 2 and the start of Sector 3. It has been such a deserved win for him, putting the power down. He has had to fight off Jawa. He has had to fight off Fulton. He has had to fight off Garito. And likewise, the teammates of Garito, Milan and of Jawa Base Cannon. He has risen out on top, and as he crosses the final 2 corners, we have the honor of saying that Wasei Anjum is the winner of the Okayama 4 hours hosted by TSR and Triple R. Congratulations, man. You absolutely deserve this one. You
What
have
a
driven
race.
such an amazing... he's just been amazing, and this win is all him.
Yeah, an incredible
all
race from Wasei. Just infinite amounts of aura, infinite amounts of skill. He's really just been able to put in one of the most consistent drives we've seen on track so far, and that's why he's in the position that he's in, because he was able to put it together unlike any other driver on the field.
And you want to know who
here
was?
in the BMW it may not have looked like a win early on in the race, but they persevered. And coming around the final two corners, the winner of the GT4 class will be Yassarian.
As he takes
Or
every
only
last
fools, no
close
horses. What a race.
Congratulations, Yassarian.
And just for reference, Jawa crosses the line second on track, but Garito will be given a lap back, which puts him P2 ahead of him. So the podium for the top class as it stands is Wasei, Garito, and Jawa.
The podium for GT4s is Yassarian, Botlando in P2, and then Gurecki in that amazing comeback drive.
Absolutely electric stint.
Are we getting some donuts from Wasei?
Alright,
He
as
deserves
you
it.
see here,
Yeah.
I'd like to thank the broadcast team over here, Speed Bump, setting this up. I'd like to thank my friend Talltech and G2 for the later half of this race, for joining in when I had to step away. I'd like to thank Chris in these closing moments, all the people who are able to join us on the broadcast as well. Kiagoalski, it's been such a pleasure to be with you and to watch these super talented drivers take on this challenge that we are facing here in Japan, here in Okayama. Yeah. We'll see you guys around for the next one when it gets announced, but as far as that goes, we'd like to say a huge congratulations for all the racers that were able to be here today. You were absolutely amazing. We had so much fun with watching all of this. And we hope to see you in any future events as well. As for now, pat yourselves on the back. This has been such a major success that we've had here today.
Absolutely great job, guys.
Thank you to my commentary team, and thank you to all of you watching. Yes, Wasei is going to join us.
Oh, yes. Awesome.
Congratulations. We have the
Wasei.
winner of the 4 hours of Okayama here with us, Wasei Onjum, with the incredible solo drive. Great work, man. Incredible stuff.
That was amazing. Not one of my best drives, but it was good enough.
Wasei, mega congratulations to you, mate. I mean, you had an incredible drive. I never had a doubt that you were going to win. I was rooting for you from the beginning. To the people who did doubt you during that, like, what do you have to say to them?
He was glazing bitch the
Thank you,
whole time.
Kiage. Thank you. I told you. I could do it.
I will keep mute for now. I'll just send my congratulations as well in public.
Absolutely electric drive. Well, I'll say congratulations, man.
Thank you.
Now, I don't know if we can get Yassarian.
I didn't see him. I don't know what his Discord name is. But yeah, I think that'll be basically it from our end. Thank you for watching. Have a good morning, evening, noon, night, wherever you are in the world. And we'll see you next time.
Sir. My mango.